Chapter 251. The number of people who came to visit lasted for a full 3 days before gradually dying down. And now, Jianshan's name had once again spread throughout Wake City. His temporary residence, the Kai clan, had slowly become the #1 clan in Wake City, replacing the Tianxiong clan's original position. After all, with an Earth Saint Master who was even stronger than a Great Saint Master, the Kai clan had gained an extra guardian angel. In a place like Wake City, he was an invincible existence, and no one dared to provoke him. At the same time, under the personal arrangements of Yunli, all of Wake City's streets and alleys were filled with people looking for Uncle Kendall and the others. The rewards were so generous that it left people speechless. If a clue was provided and confirmed to be true, they would be rewarded with 10 purple coins. If they could find the person directly, they would be rewarded with 100 purple coins. 1 gold coin was enough to feed a family of 3 for a month, and 1 purple coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins. As long as a clue was provided, they would be rewarded with 10 purple coins. Such generous rewards tempted all of Wake City's residents and mercenaries. Because of the generous rewards, the entire city was filled with people looking for Uncle Kendall. 10 purple coins, to a few ordinary families and weak mercenaries, was already a considerable amount of wealth. In a luxuriously decorated restaurant in Wake City, several middle-aged men were gathered together. This Jianshan guy sure is arrogant. He actually refused to let us in. Didn't he just kill a few Class 5 magical beasts with the help of 2 Earth Saint Masters? What's so great about him? A middle-aged man angrily said. Yeah, he's just a lucky brat who's not even 20 years old. What's there to be arrogant about? A bare-chested man coldly said with a trace of disdain in his voice. Hearing the 2 men's words, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe sat on the bed and indifferently said, "Forget it, he's already as strong as us at his age. He already has the qualifications to be arrogant. This kid's talent is extraordinary. We should quickly report this to the clan. I'm sure that the clan will try to rope him in. If he really does join the clan, then we'll have done a great service." In an independent mansion in Wake City, several middle-aged men dressed as mercenaries gathered in a quiet meeting room. I've already heard that 2 of the Class 5 magical beast cores are on Jianshan. Big Black, immediately leave Wake City and report this to the Xia clan. A middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table ordered. Captain, why don't we buy the Class 5 magical beasts and give them to the Xia clan? That way we'll get even more benefit. A burly man asked in confusion. A Class 5 magical beast is extremely precious. Let's not even talk about whether or not we have enough money to buy it. Moreover, Jianshan might not necessarily be willing to sell the Class 5 monster core. Furthermore, the strength he has displayed has already far surpassed ours. He's not someone we can control. Right now, the best method is to pass this valuable information to the Xia family. Only they have the strength to fight for the Class 5 monster core. In an ordinary restaurant in a simple room, a middle-aged man wearing linen clothes quickly wrote a letter and said, "Shao Shan." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and a young man in his 20s walked in. He respectfully said to the middle-aged man, "Second Marshal Uncle, what can I do for you?" The middle-aged man handed the letter to the young man and said in a serious tone, "Shao Shan, take this letter and return to the sect with the other disciples. Personally hand this letter to the sect master." "Yes, Second Marshal Uncle." The young man took the letter and immediately left. Seeing the young man disappear, the middle-aged man sighed and said, "A Class 5 magical beast core is just too tempting. It's a pity that this young man called Jianshan is too strong. I can only hand him over to the sect master. Otherwise, once I have a Class 5 magical beast core, my chances of breaking through to the Earth Saint Master level will increase by a lot." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the city lord's estate, Jianshan sighed and waved his hand disappointedly. Commander duly understood what was going on when he saw Jianshan's expression. he said, "Take them away." Yes. A few soldiers at the side immediately stepped forward and took away the few people in cloth clothes who were half kneeling on the ground. "Hey, hey, hey, where's our reward? Where's our reward? How can you be like this? I've already provided the information, and you haven't even given me my reward. How can you chase me away?" Commander Dually ignored their cries and went to Jianshan's side to comfort him. "Little brother Jianshan, don't worry. As long as the people you're looking for are still in Wake City, you'll definitely find them." "I hope so. Commander Dually, I'll be going back first." Jianshan stood up and left the city lord's estate. In the past few days, many people had come to the city lord's estate to say that they had information regarding the Kendall family. However, almost all of them came to the city lord's estate with the intention of getting a reward. None of their words were true. After encountering this situation for the past few days, Jianshan's mood became heavier and heavier. Could it be that Uncle Kendall's family was really not in Wake City? Or perhaps they were in some other city. Unfortunately, the Tianyuan continent was so big. Trying to find someone he didn't know in the sea of people with the little bit of information he had was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was extremely difficult. After returning to the Kai family, Jianshan went straight to his own small courtyard. "Commander, a few soldiers from the city lord's estate have just delivered the corpse of a Class 5 golden-furred tiger king. It's currently in there. How do you plan to deal with it?" As soon as he entered the Kai family's estate, the patriarch of the Kai family, Kai Heir, asked. Hearing the words golden-furred tiger king, Jianshan's footsteps couldn't help but stop. In a deep voice he said, "Skin the golden-furred tiger king, wash it and roast it. Let all the brothers taste the meat of this Class 5 golden-furred tiger king." Hearing this, Kai Heir's eyes revealed a trace of joy. Eating the meat of a Class 5 magical beast was extremely beneficial to Saint Masters like him. Not only could it slightly increase their Saint force, it could also strengthen their bodies, making them even stronger than before. In a small place like Wake City, although there were countless low-level magical beast corpses, the meat of a Class 5 magical beast was extremely precious. It was hard to find even with 10,000 gold. Moreover, there was no market for it. Almost no one could afford to eat it. "Commander, are you really going to do this?" Kai Heir still didn't dare to believe it. Jianshan nodded and firmly said, "That's right. Immediately send people to deal with it. Tonight, I want to eat the meat of the golden-furred tiger king." "Yes, Commander." Kai Heir was unable to contain his joy. A Class 5 magical beast's corpse was worth at least several thousand purple gold coins on the market. He never thought that Jianshan would be so generous as to share such an expensive Class 5 magical beast's corpse with everyone. This not only made Kai Heir secretly happy that he didn't follow the wrong person, but at the same time, he also admired Jianshan's generosity. That night, the entire Cae clan was filled with jubilation. In a wide courtyard, a huge magical beast was being roasted by a roaring fire. A large group of members of the Flame Mercenaries sat around the fire, either half-naked or wrapped in bandages. They chatted loudly with each other, occasionally laughing loudly. They were clearly very happy. Even more people stared at the golden-furred tiger king on the fire with shining eyes. Their throats moved with difficulty as they swallowed large mouthfuls of saliva. That night, Yunli and Commander Dali were also invited to the Cae clan to taste the meat of the Class 5 golden-furred tiger king. That night was destined to be a sleepless night for the Cae clan. With the meat of a Class 5 magical beast as their meal and the blood of the golden-furred tiger king as their wine, they held a candlelight banquet. A total of over 200 people tasted the food, and everyone ate with great joy. Their faces were filled with excitement. That night, many people returned drunk. The banquet lasted until the latter half of the night before everyone returned to their own residences to rest. After that night, Jianshan's generosity made the members of the Flame Mercenaries see him in a new light. Early in the morning, outside the gates of Wake City, It had already been a few days since the magical beast attack, and Wake City had basically returned to its original state. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city gates. Looking at the expressions on their faces, they didn't seem to care about the magical beast attack from a few days ago. Only the ground in the distance that was completely dyed red with blood and destroyed beyond recognition by the magic crystal cannons recorded the devastation of the magical beast attack from a few days ago. Suddenly, a group of well-dressed people riding fast horses directly rushed from the city gates to Wake City. Among them, there was a carriage pulled by 4 Class 3 magical beasts that were good at running. It could be said to be very ostentatious. On top of the carriage, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind, with the word Xia written on it. When the general of Wake City saw the word Xia fluttering in the wind, his expression immediately changed. He immediately ordered all the soldiers not to obstruct them in the slightest and smoothly let them into the city. Giddy up! Giddy up! The group of people didn't slow down in the slightest as they rushed into Wake City, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Along the way, they attracted the gazes of all the passers-by as they whispered into each other's ears. Who are these people? They're actually so arrogant, riding so fast into the city. Moreover, they made the city guards relax and didn't dare to make things difficult for them. I see that the 4 magical beasts pulling the carriage are all Class 3 magical beasts. This isn't something that ordinary people can afford. I reckon that this group of people has a great background. Chapter 252. Just as the Xia clan's carriage disappeared from the city gates, the city guard immediately ordered one of the soldiers, "Immediately report to the city lord that the Xia clan has arrived in Wake City." Yes. The soldier immediately retreated upon receiving the order and rode a fast horse towards the city lord's mansion. The Xia clan's group skillfully shuttled through the city streets until they finally stopped in front of the Kai clan's mansion. 2 youths at the front dismounted from their horses and came to the front of the Kai clan's gate. One of them shouted at the 2 guards, "Immediately go and call out the person in charge of the Kai clan." This person's tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care about anything and everything. Although the youth's attitude was very disgusting, the 2 guards didn't dare to casually offend him. Seeing such a lineup, they knew that this person's background wasn't small. Not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect, one of the guards immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I will go and report to the family lord." The 2 guards immediately ran inside. The young man did not have the slightest intention of waiting. He lifted his foot and wanted to walk through the door. However, just as he approached the door, another guard at the door immediately blocked him and said in a neither haughty nor humble manner, "Sir, we have already gone to report to the patriarch. Please wait here for a moment." Hearing this, the youth's expression changed. He glared fiercely at the guard in front of him and angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you block my path? Quickly get out of my way." The youth's angry shout caused the guard's expression to change slightly. He looked at the carriage not far away, but it was obvious that this guard didn't know who the Xia clan was. Although he saw the fluttering flag on the carriage, he didn't know who the other party was. Even so, with such a grand lineup, the guard didn't dare to lightly offend this group of people. "Sire, our Kai clan has its own rules. Without approval from above, I cannot let you in. Please don't make things difficult for this lowly one." The guard's tone was extremely calm. The youth coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, "A mere guard dog dares to block my path? You're courting death." The young man raised his hand and slapped the guard's face. As the slap passed, there was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. The slap was extremely heavy. The gatekeeper was also on guard against the other party. He immediately raised his hands and blocked the young man's palm. "How dare you attack our Xia clan? You must be tired of living." Another young man shouted angrily and kicked the guard in the stomach. The guard was kicked so hard that he bent over in pain and his face turned pale. However, the 2 youths did not intend to let him off so easily. This time, the two of them tacitly kicked the guard's head at the same time. Bang! That guard was immediately kicked into the Kai clan's gate, causing his head to bleed profusely, and he immediately fainted. Humph! A mere watchdog of a small family actually dares to obstruct our Xia family. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. A young man sneered at the unconscious guard with a look of disdain on his face. Humph! Who dares to cause trouble in the Kai clan? Who dares to injure a guard of the Kai clan? An angry roar sounded from within the Kai clan. The Kai clan master, Kai Er, walked out with a few people, his face full of anger. Who are you? A young man stared disdainfully at Kai Er and asked coldly. Humph! I am Kai Er, the master of the Kai clan. You too, who are you? Kai Er asked in a deep voice. So you are the master of the Kai clan. We are from the Xia clan. A young man chuckled. The Xia clan. Kai Er's face changed slightly when he heard this. He asked uncertainly, which Xia clan? Master Kai, you're lying through your teeth. Is there a second Xia family within 1,000 miles radius? The young man said arrogantly. As he spoke, Kai Er led the group to the gate. The situation outside the gate was clearly presented to him. When he saw the flag on the carriage, his face turned serious. Kai Er clasped his hands and smiled. So you are from the Xia clan. My apologies, my apologies. If Kai Er had met the Xia clan a few days ago, he would have had to greet them respectfully. But now, he had nothing to fear. The Kai clan of today was no longer the Kai clan of the past. Master Kai, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet our young master. The young man sneered. Kai Er's gaze fell upon the carriage. He smiled and clasped his hands. Master Kai Er of the Kai clan greets young Master Xia. May I know the reason why young Master Xia has come to our Kai clan? Seeing Kai's indifferent attitude, some of the middle-aged men guarding around the carriage frowned slightly. Their gazes involuntarily became stern as they looked at Kyle. However, no one said anything. Kai Er, I heard that a young man named Jianchen is staying in your Kai clan. May I know if this is true? A young man's voice sounded from within the carriage. That's right. Kai Er did not deny anything. Call Jianchen out. I have something to discuss with him. The man in the carriage said. Kai Er frowned and his face showed a trace of anger. Jianchen was now his master and a powerful one at that. Although the Xia clan was powerful, Kai Er did not think that the mysterious Jianchen was inferior to the Xia clan. The man in the carriage actually treated Jianchen like a servant. This made Kai Er very dissatisfied. Kai Er put on a fake smile and said, Young Master Xia, I will inform Commander Jianchen. However, I cannot guarantee that Commander Jianchen will not meet you. Bastard! How dare you! As soon as Kyle finished speaking, one of the middle-aged men on horseback couldn't help but shout, What kind of status does our young Master Xia have? Even your Wake City's city lord has to be respectful when he sees our young Master Xia. Jianchen is just a mere mercenary. For our young Master Xia to come all the way here to see him is already a great fortune for him. There's no need to report our arrival. Immediately call Jianchen out. Jianchen is just a first-level commoner. He dares to make young Master Xia wait here. What a big face. Go and call Jianchen out immediately. If you delay our time, the consequences are not something your Kai clan can afford to offend. The middle-aged men on horseback all shouted angrily. Kyle's face darkened as he listened to the angry shouts of these people. Go and find Jianchen. Young Master Xia ordered from within the carriage. Yes, young master. Immediately, a few middle-aged men dismounted and walked towards the Kai clan's courtyard. Chapter 253. The arrival of Duo Kong and the other two great Saint Masters gave the Kai clan's patriarch, Kai Er, a boost of confidence. He lightly smiled and said, Young Master Xia, please wait for a moment. I will immediately send someone to inform Commander Jianchen. In this small Wake City, no one has the qualifications to make our Xia clan wait. "Uncle Lu, teach these arrogant people a lesson," young Master Xia said from within the carriage. A middle-aged man sitting on a Class 2 magical beast's mount had a fierce look in his eyes. He leapt off the mount and quickly crossed 10 meters in the air to arrive in front of Kai Er. His two legs continuously kicked towards Kai Er's head. Kai Er coldly snorted. A surge of Saint force gathered in his fists and violently punched out. Every punch collided with the middle-aged man's kick. Pring, pring, pring with a few muffled sounds, Kai Er and the middle-aged man exchanged over 10 blows. When the middle-aged man landed on the ground, Kai Er couldn't help but take a few steps back. His fists were already red. On the other hand, the middle-aged man was still calm and composed. Both of them had the strength of a great Saint Master, but the difference was that the middle-aged man had already reached the peak of the great Saint Master level. He was stronger than Kai Er by an entire level. Both of his feet landed on the ground. The middle-aged man glared at Kai Er and sneered, "A mere Kai clan dares to not put our Xia clan in your eyes. Today I'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, blue Saint force surged out from the middle-aged man's right hand, rapidly condensing into a blue whip that was as thick as a thumb. The whip shimmered with light as visible ripples of water flowed through it. Water attribute Saint force. Seeing the middle-aged man's whip, whether it was Kai Er or Duokong, they were all shocked. The middle-aged man actually had water attribute Saint force. People with this attribute were extremely rare in Wake City. The middle-aged man waved his whip. The whip struck the air, creating a clear "pa" sound. It formed a blurry blue image as it lashed towards Kai Er. Furthermore, the blue ripples on the whip's surface left behind a blue ripple that confused everyone's eyes. It made it even harder for them to follow the whip's trajectory. Facing a peak great Saint Master, Kyle didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out a large sword and slashed at the whip with surging Saint force. The whip was very soft. As soon as it came into contact with Kyle's greatsword, it coiled around the greatsword like a nimble viper and finally tightened. Kyle's expression changed slightly when his Saint weapon was restricted. With a low roar, surging Saint force surged out from his sword, bringing the whip wrapped around the sword to slash at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered. In the next moment, the soft whip immediately turned into an incomparably hard iron rope. Under the middle-aged man's control, the iron rope actually forcibly restrained Kyle's large sword in midair. Kyle swung his greatsword a few times, but unfortunately, the greatsword was bound in the air by the iron rope that suddenly became incomparably hard. He couldn't move it at all. With his Saint weapon suppressed, Kyle was forced into an extremely passive position. Humph! The Xia clan is really arrogant. Standing to the side, Duokong coldly snorted. A large sword suddenly appeared in his right hand, and he swung it at the middle-aged man with the whip. The middle-aged man revealed a disdainful smile and withdrew his whip. With a wave of his arm, the whip once again turned into an illusion and lashed at Duokang's greatsword. This time, the middle-aged man didn't use the whip to bind Duokang's greatsword. Instead, he turned the whip into an iron rod that was countless times harder than steel and ruthlessly struck the side of Duokang's greatsword. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Duokang's greatsword was immediately knocked off course. His attack was easily neutralized by the middle-aged man's seemingly casual strike. Duokang's expression darkened. His gaze quickly swept past Charles and Qingfeng. He said in a low voice, "He's very strong. Let's attack together." The middle-aged man from the Xia clan had water attribute Saint force, and was also a peak great Saint Master. His strength wasn't something that Duokong could deal with. Qingfeng and Charles didn't hesitate at all. They immediately took out their own Saint weapons and rushed towards the middle-aged man with Duokong. Charles's Saint weapon was a two-handed greatsword. It was fierce and domineering. With a wave of the greatsword, there was an ear-piercing sound. Qingfeng's Saint weapon was a 3-meter-long spear. As the spear moved, it constantly left behind silvery white afterimages in the air. It was like a dragon, but also like a lurking poisonous snake. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, always able to take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness to attack fiercely. The middle-aged man was extremely strong. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all when fighting Duo Kong and the other two great Saint Masters alone. The whip in his hand had many transformations, and in his hands, it was like an extremely elastic rubber. At times, it was as hard as steel that had been tempered thousands of times. The strange and unpredictable changes made it difficult to defend against. As the whip collided with Duo Kong and the other two Saint weapons, the sounds of metal clanging continuously rang out. The crisp sounds spread throughout the Kai clan's courtyard. Within the Kai clan, more and more guards and members of the Raging Flame mercenaries heard the commotion and hurried over. However, when the members of the Raging Flame mercenaries saw Duo Kong and the other two fighting, they all took out their own Saint weapons and prepared for battle. At this moment, two figures shot over from the distance. The other two great Saint Masters of the Raging Flame mercenaries had also heard the commotion and hurried over. The two of them didn't waste any time and immediately joined Duo Kong and the other two's group. The five of them gathered together to fight against the middle-aged man from the Xia clan. There was no need to ask about the current situation. Haha, I didn't think that the Kai clan would have so many hidden experts. 5 great Saint Masters, this is not a weak force in Wake City, young Master Xia slowly said from within the carriage. Young Master, you don't know, but these 5 great Saint Masters all led mercenary groups that were not weak. However, ever since Jianshan appeared, the 5 of them all disbanded their mercenary groups and joined the Raging Flame mercenaries. The leader of this Raging Flame mercenaries is none other than Jianshan. In addition, it is said that even the Kai clan's patriarch and Duo Air clan's patriarch have joined the Raging Flame mercenaries. A young man respectfully said from beside the carriage. Oh, so there's something like this. Haha, looks like this Jianshan really isn't simple. I heard that he's only in his 20s. To have this kind of ability at such a young age, even this young master can't help but admire him. Young Master Xia lightly laughed as he sat in the carriage. Within the Kai clan, the middle-aged man from the Xia clan finally felt an enormous pressure from the combined attacks of the 5 great Saint Masters. Right now, his face was extremely serious and he was no longer as indifferent as before. Even though he had the strength of a peak great Saint Master, as well as water-attributed Saint Force, and his battle strength could be said to be at the peak of great Saint Masters, the 5 people in front of him were not weak either. There were 3 mid-level great Saint Masters and 2 high-level great Saint Masters. This kind of formation was already enough to pose a great threat to him. Kyle stood to the side and did not participate in the battle. This was because the 5 people of the Raging Flame mercenaries already had experience cooperating with each other. Even though their cooperation could not be said to be flawless, it could still be said to be orderly. If he were to participate, he would definitely break the tacit understanding between the 5 of them. After the 6 of them clashed for a while, the middle-aged man from the Xia clan was gradually at a disadvantage. At this moment, a fierce light flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He angrily yelled, "I'll let you see the power of my battle technique." Waterline flow. Powerful water-attributed Saint Force rose from the whip, and the whip in the middle-aged man's hand began to dance wildly. The space around him became densely packed with whips that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Countless finger-thick, light blue water swords appeared in the whips that filled the air. There were tens of thousands of them, and they all shot towards Duo Kang's group of 5. Duo Kang's group of 5 roared angrily. Surging Saint Force burst out of their bodies, forming a barrier that enveloped their entire bodies. When the tens of thousands of water swords landed on the barrier around Duo Kang's group of 5, the barrier immediately began to violently ripple. Fortunately, the water swords were not very powerful, and the barrier of a great Saint Master was enough to block them. 10,000 rivers, mountains. The middle-aged man roared again. The whip in his hand emitted light blue water ripples, and as if it had turned into a dragon, it lashed towards Duo Kang's group of 5 with lightning speed. Duo Kang's group of 5 were fearless. They all waved their saint weapons at the same time to cut down the whip. The whip seemed small, but this time, it was as if it had transformed into a mountain. It had the power of 10,000 caddies. As soon as it collided with the saint weapons of Duo Kang's group of 5, there was a loud bang. The powerful force shook their arms, and they felt as if their bones were about to shatter. The hands holding the saint weapons involuntarily drooped down, and they staggered back a few steps. However, the whip did not slow down at all. It viciously struck the chests of the 5 people. Pa! With a crisp sound, the clothes on the chests of Duo Kang's group of 5 instantly turned into powder. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. The 5 of them were directly sent flying by the whip. They finally landed heavily on the ground 5 meters away, and it was difficult for them to get up. Duo Kang's group of 5, who had originally thought that victory was in sight, had completely changed the situation because of the appearance of the battle technique. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of the battle technique was. The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duo Kang's group of 5, who were lying 5 meters away. He said coldly, "To be able to force me to use my battle technique, you should feel proud even if you die. Today, I will break your legs to vent my anger." The middle-aged man raised the whip again. Just as he was about to strike again, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" The voice was filled with unconcealable anger. It was almost a roar. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Xia family subconsciously stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the person who had spoken. The person who had spoken was a young man of about 20 years of age. The young man was dressed in cheap white cotton clothes, and his long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Although his attire was simple, it still could not hide the young man's handsome face. His skin was as white as mutton fat, and it was hard to believe that such a complexion that even women would be jealous of would appear on a man's body. His exquisite facial features were flawless, and no one doubted that this face was definitely the killer of all the young ladies in the world. Jianchen had been practicing the body refining chapter of the purple-green sword technique since he was young. He had strengthened every part of his body from the most fundamental cells. He did not deliberately change his body. Everything developed naturally. Therefore, whether it was his body or his appearance, because of the body refining chapter of the purple-green sword technique, they began to develop towards the most perfect state step by step. Therefore, since he was young, his appearance had been especially handsome. Moreover, since he grew up, as his body continued to improve and strengthen, his appearance also became better than before. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man from the Xia clan stared sharply at Jianchen and asked sternly. Chapter 254. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He couldn't help but take a good look at Jianchen. With a smile, he said, "So you are Jianchen. It seems that the rumors are true. You really do look to be in your 20s. Jianchen's gaze swept over Duo Kang's group of 5. When he saw the wounds on their chests, his expression became even more gloomy. In a deep voice, he said, "People of the Xia clan, why are you looking for me?" Jianchen's attitude caused the middle-aged man to frown. He then snorted and coldly said, "Jianchen, it is our Xia clan's first young master who is looking for you. Why aren't you greeting him?" At this moment, the curtain of the carriage flipped and a young man in a luxurious white robe slowly walked out from within the carriage. The young man had a slender figure and was around 27 or 28 years old. He had a dignified appearance and was handsome and unrestrained. He held an expensive folding fan in his hand and gently fanned it, giving him an elegant demeanor. "First young master! First young master!" The young man clearly had a very high status in the Xia clan. When he appeared, the middle-aged men around the carriage all bowed respectfully. The young man didn't look sideways and directly walked into the Kai clan's courtyard. Behind him, there were several sturdy middle-aged men. Their fierce eyes scanned the surroundings. Their expressions were full of vigilance as they protected the young man's safety. The young man's gaze fell on Jianchen. His eyes carried a sharp look as he stared at Jianchen's handsome face. With a light smile, he said, "You are Jianchen? You are indeed a man of striking appearance." Jianchen's gaze swept over the middle-aged men beside the Xia clan's first young master. Their strength was clear at a glance. 3 great Saint Masters, 5 high-level Saint Masters, and a middle-aged man with a deep understanding of water attribute Saint Force. With such a lineup, there was no power in Wake City that could compare to it. Jianchen coldly snorted and said, "Young Master Xia, state your intentions." Young Master Xia chuckled, "You're indeed a straightforward person. All right, I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point." Young Master Xia paused, and he immediately became rather stern. "Jianchen, I know you have 2 Class 5 monster cores. I've come this time specifically to buy them from you." "Sorry, I'm not selling Tier 5 monster cores." Jianchen rejected without any hesitation. He continued, "Jianchen, keeping a Class 5 monster core with you will only bring you trouble, or even cause you to lose your life. Although you are the leader of a mercenary group and have a few great Saint Masters under you, it is still not enough to protect a Class 5 monster core. A Class 5 monster core can attract Earth Saint Masters to fight over it. You simply do not have the ability to possess it. It's better if you sell it to us. This way, not only can you obtain a large sum of money, you can also avoid some trouble." "Sorry, I've already said that I'm not selling Tier 5 monster cores to anyone." Jianchen still said the same sentence, his expression extremely cold. Young Master Xia's gaze turned cold, but he immediately hid it and smiled. "Jianchen, I'll give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I'll come here again. Of course, during this time, don't try to escape. Otherwise, it will only provoke the goodwill of our Xia family. You should know the consequences of that. Let's go." With that, young Master Xia turned and left. Seeing that the Xia family was about to leave, Jianchen's gaze immediately became sharp. He coldly snorted and shouted, "Wait!" Young Master Xia stopped and turned back to look at Jianchen with a smile. "What, did you change your mind?" Jianchen stared at the middle-aged man who had injured Duo Kong and the other 4. He pointed at him and said, "They can leave, but you have to stay." Hearing this, young Master Xia's expression slightly changed, while a trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. "Jianchen, what do you mean by this?" Young Master Xia had already sensed Jianchen's hostility, and his expression immediately became somewhat gloomy. In the small Wake City, no one dared to challenge the Xia family's authority. Jianchen's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. "Do you really think that this is your Xia family's backyard? That you can come and go as you please? Since you've injured my men, don't even think about leaving today." But young Master Xia fiercely slapped the fan in his hand, no longer able to maintain his calm and composure. He angrily said, "How dare you, Jianchen? Do you know who you're talking to?" Jianchen turned a deaf ear to young Master Xia's angry shouts, and only stared fiercely at the middle-aged man who had injured Duo Kong and the other 4. The middle-aged man seemed to be amused, and could not help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. Even though he had previously heard that Jianchen was not weak, he was after all still too young. Furthermore, the middle-aged man had absolute confidence in his own strength, and he really did not put Jianchen in his eyes. "Jianchen, could it be that you want to punish me? I wonder, how exactly do you want to punish me?" The middle-aged man said with a smile, his tone full of disdain. "Kill." Jianchen's face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He would never let go of those who provoked him. Furthermore, just now, if he had not appeared in time, Duo Kong and the other 4 would have suffered even more severe injuries. Furthermore, in front of so many brothers of the Blazing Flame mercenaries, he had to be firm in his actions. If he showed weakness, it would be hard to avoid repercussions. This was because even though the Blazing Flame mercenaries' strength was not weak, how many of them were dead set on following him? "Jianchen, you're courting death." Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, young Master Xia could not help but angrily shout. His expression had already become extremely ugly as he stared coldly at Jianchen, the intense killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Jianchen's words in front of him clearly showed that he did not put the Xia family in his eyes at all. How could young Master Xia endure this? Moreover, at this moment, the gazes of all the members of the Blazing Flame mercenaries were gathered on Jianchen, many of them secretly giving him a thumbs up. Jianchen's actions had moved many of them. Many of them had originally been subordinates of Duo Kong and the others. Although they appeared to be inferior to Duo Kong and the others on the surface, they were secretly a group of close friends who had gone through life and death together. Their relationship was as close as brothers, otherwise they would not have joined the Blazing Flame mercenaries with Duo Kong and the others. Now that Duo Kong and the others were being bullied, they were also incomparably furious. However, the strength of their opponent was not something they could deal with. Now, they had placed all their hopes of redeeming themselves on Jianchen. The middle-aged man laughed from extreme anger. He slowly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Good, good, good. Jianchen, your courage is commendable. However, you have to see who you're talking to. Otherwise, you'll only be humiliating yourself. Since you want to kill me, then do it. Let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say." Uncle Lu, it looks like we don't need to spend money to buy the 2 fifth-step monster cores in Jianchen's hands. Young Master Xia sneered from the side. "That's right, young master is right. Now we can save a lot of money." The middle-aged man called Uncle Lu laughed mischievously. Immediately after, the blue whip appeared in his hand once more. With a casual wave, the whip struck the air, creating a loud cracking sound. The corners of Jianchen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Although his opponent was an expert of the water attribute, Jianchen still didn't put him in his eyes. With a slight sway of his body, Jianchen's silhouette left behind an afterimage as he rushed towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, the light wind sword appeared in his hand, bringing a sharp sword chi with it towards the middle-aged man's throat. With a flash of silver light, the light wind sword seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly crossing the distance between the two. Before the middle-aged man could react, the light wind sword was only a foot away from his throat. In front of so many members of the Raging Flame mercenary group, this battle had to be won beautifully, so Jianchen used his full strength from the very beginning. "What fast speed!" The middle-aged man's expression changed. His originally frivolous expression suddenly became serious. From this sword, he already knew that Jianchen wasn't easy to deal with. The middle-aged man quickly retreated. With a flick of his right hand, the whip was like a nimble snake, leaving an afterimage in the air as it coiled around the light wind sword in an attempt to bind it. However, he had underestimated the speed of the light wind sword. Just as the whip was about to wrap around the light wind sword, the light wind sword's speed suddenly increased by more than double. Facing such a fast sword, the middle-aged man had no way of defending or dodging. In the end, the light wind sword pierced through the middle-aged man's throat. Although the middle-aged man had the water attribute and had a natural advantage, in the eyes of Jianchen, this advantage was nothing. Even if he had a strong battle skill, he didn't have the opportunity to use it. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open as he stared at Jianchen. He couldn't believe this result. With his strength, he couldn't even dodge a single strike from his opponent. "Uncle Lu." Young Master Xia's expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with disbelief. He was very clear on Uncle Lu's strength. Even in the family, Uncle Lu's strength was ranked third. Unless he met an Earth Saint Master, no one would be able to defeat Uncle Lu in a one-on-one fight. But now, the incomparably powerful Uncle Lu had been killed by Jianchen in a single strike. This kind of result was something he couldn't believe. Protect the young master. With the middle-aged man killed, the Xia family's guards immediately became vigilant. They all protected the young master behind them as they quickly retreated to the door. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces as they stared at Jianchen. They were on high alert in order to prevent Jianchen from killing him again. I've said it before. This is not your Xia family's courtyard. You can come and go as you please. Men, surround them, Jianchen shouted. Yes, Captain. The brothers of the Raging Flame mercenaries all shouted in unison. They immediately blocked the entrance and surrounded young Master Xia's group. Chapter 255. Young Master Xia, you've come with such fanfare and injured so many of my men. Do you really think you can leave this place peacefully? Jianchen said with a fake smile, his tone extremely cold. You've already killed Uncle Lu. What more do you want? Young Master Xia glanced at the hundreds of burly men in the surroundings, and a rare trace of fear appeared on his face. He continued, My father is the current patriarch of the Xia clan, Jianchen. If you kill me, the entire Xia clan will hunt you down. Do you think I'm afraid? You should know that since I dared to kill your men, I'm not afraid of offending the Xia clan. Jianchen did not mind young Master Xia's threat and said calmly, You. Young Master Xia's face became pale and he secretly regretted his actions. If he had known earlier that Jianchen was so difficult to deal with, he would not have dared to disrespect the Kai clan. At this moment, Kyle came to Jianchen's side and said softly, Captain, the Xia clan is very powerful and young Master Xia is the only son of the current patriarch. If you kill him, the Xia clan will definitely go crazy. How powerful is the Xia clan? Jianchen asked softly. This was the question he was most concerned about. Kyle whispered to Jianchen, It's said that the Xia clan has 10 great saint masters on the surface. As for the previous patriarch, it's said that 10 years ago, he was already an earth saint master. Not only does he possess water-attributed saint force, he also knows a powerful battle skill. He's extremely powerful. Jianchen nodded slightly. From young Master Xia's arrogant tone and words, he had already guessed that the Xia clan had at least an earth saint master supporting them. However, what he was concerned about was just how many earth saint masters the Xia clan had. Jianchen stared at young Master Xia and said, Young Master Xia, do you want to leave this place peacefully? Although Jianchen had the intention to let them go, his attitude was still very unyielding. Young Master Xia had no doubt that he wouldn't be able to leave this place safely today if he didn't eat his words. Even someone as powerful as Uncle Lu had been killed by Jianchen in one strike. Young Master Xia knew very well that with Jianchen's strength, he was not afraid of the Xia family's might. Jianchen, our Xia clan doesn't want the Class 5 Demon Corps anymore. As long as you let me go today, I can give you a large amount of money. Young Master Xia's eyes burned with a glimmer of hope. Although he looked noble on the outside, he had grown up in a sheltered environment and had always lived under the protection of his elders. He simply did not have the heroic spirit and fearless spirit of those mercenaries who had risked their lives for him. At this moment, in such a situation, it was already very difficult for him to maintain his composure. Jianchen's face revealed a trace of an evil smile. His eyes swept over young Master Xia's spatial belt and said, Young Master Xia, since you want to leave this place safely, then you should hand over your spatial belt. Young Master Xia's face changed slightly. His spatial belt contained all of his belongings. To hand it over just like that, he was very reluctant. Young Master Xia's eyes revealed a trace of struggle. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, Jianchen, I will hand over my spatial belt to you. I hope you can keep your promise and let us leave this place safely. Of course. Jianchen smiled faintly and said with certainty. After that, young Master Xia took off his spatial belt with a pained expression and threw it to Jianchen. Then he said, "We will take Uncle Lu's corpse with us." Jianchen didn't say anything. With a flick of his light wind sword, he took Uncle Lu's spatial belt and kicked the corpse towards young Master Xia's group. Immediately, two guards carefully took Uncle Lu's corpse and stared at Jianchen as they slowly left the Kai clan. The Xia clan's group hurriedly left without the slightest hesitation. Within the Kai clan's courtyard, the members of the Raging Flame mercenaries were all looking at Jianchen with incomparable excitement. Jianchen's move had won the hearts of many of the Raging Flame mercenaries. Kyle and the other four all came to Jianchen's side at the same time. Kyle's face was a bit serious as he said, "Captain, now that we have completely offended the Xia clan, they will definitely not let this matter rest. It seems that we should also prepare to fight against the Xia clan." Jianchen faintly nodded. "Captain, since we have already offended the Xia clan, then why don't we just kill them all? Since we have already offended them, wouldn't it be more convenient to kill them all? Moreover, the Xia clan will also lose a few great Saint Masters, greatly reducing their strength," Charles said with a face full of regret. "No." Jianchen faintly shook his head and said, "Although I have killed an expert of the Xia clan, my strength will definitely make the Xia clan fear me. If they fight me to the death, the Xia clan will definitely suffer heavy losses. I believe that the Xia clan will also consider whether it is worth it to pay such a price for a single person. Even if they are willing to sacrifice some of the clan's strength to fight me to the death, they will most likely need some time to prepare. However, young Master Xia is different. He is the only son of the current generation of the clan, so his status is extremely special. If I kill him now, the Xia clan will probably become the second Tianxiong clan, and they will immediately mobilize the entire clan to deal with us. Although we are not afraid, almost all of our brothers in the Raging Flame mercenaries are injured right now. Captain is wise." Hearing Jianchen's words, Duo Kong and the other four all nodded their heads in agreement. Jianchen took out a pouch of money from his spatial belt and said, "Here are 5,000 purple coins. Kyle, take this money and immediately go buy the best healing medicine. You must let the brothers recover as quickly as possible. The rest of the money can be divided among the brothers." Outside the gates of Wake City, 20 middle-aged men dressed in blue robes were riding Class 2 magical beasts as they madly rushed towards Wake City. The person in the lead was riding an expensive Class 3 magical beast. With one look, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. This kind of lineup deterred many people on the road. Regardless of whether it was a merchant group or a mercenary group, they all made way for these people riding expensive magical beast mounts. Just as they were about to reach Wake City's entrance, suddenly, a group of carriages flying the Xia clan's flag rushed out of Wake City. Everyone's expression was not very good, and on the back of one of the Class 2 magical beasts was a continuously bleeding corpse. The appearance of the Xia clan's carriages caused the group of people dressed in blue robes to stop. "I didn't think that the Xia clan would actually arrive before us. It seems that we are late." The middle-aged man in the lead, who rode a Class 3 magical beast, muttered. Soon after, his eyes suddenly narrowed and were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that Wake City still has such an expert? Even Uncle Lu Zheng was killed. The middle-aged man muttered absent-mindedly. "Martial uncle, that is the Xia clan's carriages. I didn't think that the Xia clan would arrive so quickly. I think that Class 5 Magical Beast Corps was most likely bought by the Xia clan." The middle-aged man slightly shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the corpse of the Xia clan's carriages, and he remained silent. Chapter 256. As he watched the Xia clan's convoy leave, the middle-aged man riding on a Class 3 magical beast shouted, "Let's go into the city." More than 20 people wearing the same uniform rushed into the city. When the guards saw that these people were all riding expensive magic beast mounts, they knew that they must have a great background, so they didn't dare to stop them in the slightest. They allowed the group to enter Wake City without any hindrance. The middle-aged man riding on a Class 3 magical beast slowly walked along the wide road. His eyes casually swept across the people around him as he softly called out, "Junior Zhang! Martial uncle!" A burly man walking beside the middle-aged man immediately controlled his magical beast mount to move in front of the middle-aged man and asked, "Martial uncle, what's the matter?" "Junior Zhang, send a few people to find out when the Xia clan's convoy entered the city." The middle-aged man riding on the Class 3 magical beast slowly said with a dignified expression on his face. "Yes, martial uncle." The burly man did not ask any more questions and immediately called for the men riding Class 2 magical beasts behind him to leave and gather information. "Let's wait here for Junior Zhang and the rest to return." The middle-aged man controlled his Class 3 magical beast to stop at the side of the road and said to the men behind him, "We'll follow martial uncle's orders." Behind him, more than 10 people in tight clothes said to the middle-aged man at the same time. Soon after, the men riding Class 2 and Class 3 magical beasts waited patiently at the side of the road. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many passers-by, their faces full of curiosity. Very quickly, the people who had gone to inquire about the situation returned on their Class 2 magic beasts. The one called Junior Brother Zhang walked up to the middle-aged man and said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, the situation has been investigated. The Xia clan arrived in Wake City less than an hour ago. As soon as they entered Wake City, they immediately headed towards the Kai clan. Not long after that, they hurriedly left." The middle-aged man frowned and muttered, Kai clan, it's just as I expected." "Martial uncle, are we still going to the Kai clan?" Junior Brother Zhang said from the side. Although he looked like a boorish man, he was very meticulous. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. He turned around and stared at the 20 or so people riding Class 2 magical beasts behind him. He said, "Let's go find an inn to stay in for the time being." "Martial uncle, aren't we going straight to the Kai clan?" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a doubtful voice came from behind him. "The situation has changed. Let's find an inn to stay in first." After saying this, the middle-aged man rode his Class 3 magic beast forward. In a luxuriously decorated room with closed windows, a middle-aged man was sitting with 2 other middle-aged men of the same age as him. One of them was wearing a blue suit and had short hair that was about an inch long. He looked very capable. The other was a bald man with a sturdy figure. His pair of thick and muscular arms were exposed to the air. "Martial uncle, may I know why you called us here?" a middle-aged man in blue clothes asked. "This Kai clan is not simple. Even Uncle Lu Zheng of the Xia clan is dead. It seems that the mission given to us by the sect master will be very difficult to complete." The middle-aged man said with a serious face, "Martial uncle, on the way here, I've heard many rumors about Jianshan. It's said that he killed 3 Class 5 magical beasts. Although there were 2 Earth Saint Masters with the fire attribute present, for him to be able to participate in a battle with Class 5 magical beasts, his strength is definitely not weak. I think that Uncle Lu Zheng of the Xia clan was most likely killed by Jianshan because in Wake City, only he has the strength to do so." The bald man said. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Martial Uncle nodded slightly and said, "The mission this time is more difficult than I imagined. Uncle Lu Zheng of the Xia clan is about the same strength as me. I never thought that even he would die here. It seems that we need to pay a visit to this mysterious expert called Jianshan. Let's not delay any longer. Martial uncle, why don't we go now?" The middle-aged man's suggestion was quickly approved by the other 2. "All right." Following which, the 3 men left the inn at the same time. Riding their expensive magical beasts, they casually asked around for directions and headed straight for the Kai clan. Arriving at the main gate of the Kai clan, the 3 middle-aged men dismounted at the same time and walked up to one of the guards. They cupped their hands and said, "Brother, we are from the magnificent Heaven sect. We have something to discuss with your patriarch." May I ask if you can go in and inform him? The middle-aged man did not reveal an overly arrogant expression and spoke in an amiable tone. All right, I'll go in and inform him. Please wait a moment. The guard did not hesitate and immediately ran in to inform the patriarch. The three middle-aged men waited quietly outside the door with a calm expression on their faces. In the Kai clan, Jianchen, Kai Er, and He Duokong were in the main hall discussing how to deal with the Xia clan's arrival. Although they could not be sure if the Xia clan would make a big fuss over the death of the middle-aged man, they still had to be prepared in order to avoid being caught off guard. At this moment, a guard ran in from outside and said, reporting to the patriarch, "There are 3 people outside who claim to be from the Magnificent Heaven sect. They want to see the patriarch." What, the Magnificent Heaven sect? Hearing this, Kai Er's expression changed slightly. He stared sharply at the guard and asked again, "Are there really only 3 of them?" "Yes, patriarch, there are only 3 of them." The guard bowed and replied. Looking at Kai Er's expression, Jianchen frowned slightly and said, "Kai Er, what kind of power is the Magnificent Heaven sect? How strong are they?" Leader, the Magnificent Heaven sect is a sect. The sect's encampment is on a mountain more than 2,000 kilometers away from Wake City. Their exact strength is unknown, but they are not weaker than the Xia clan. In fact, they might even be stronger than the Xia clan. Kai Er said in a low voice, his face solemn. Jianchen tapped his head, feeling a headache coming on. He muttered, "The temptation of a level 5 demon core is really great. We just defeated the Xia clan, but who would have thought that in such a short time, another sect that is even stronger than the Xia clan would appear?" Leader, the Magnificent Heaven sect is obviously here for the level 5 demon core. How do you think we should deal with this? Should we deal with it the same way we dealt with the Xia clan? Emotion asked. Jianchen shook his head lightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look first. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I still have to think of the brothers in the group. Unless we have no other choice, we should avoid offending powerful factions." Soon after, Jianchen led Duokong and the others towards the Kai clan's main gate. From afar, Jianchen saw 3 middle-aged men in tight robes standing straight outside the gate. One was at the peak of the Great Saint Master level, while the other 2 were mid-level Great Saint Masters. "I am Jianchen. May I know if the 3 of you are from the Magnificent Heaven sect?" Jianchen cupped his hands towards the 3 men as he arrived at the main gate. When the 3 middle-aged men's gazes landed on Jianchen's face, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Following which, the man in the lead smiled and cupped his hands towards Jianchen. "So this is Sir Jianchen. You are indeed as young as the rumors say. You are truly a hero from the younger generation. The 3 of us are from the Huayun sect. I am Qing Yun, and these 2 are my 2 junior brothers, Qing Yi, Qing Mu." Chapter 257. Seeing that the attitude of the 3 from the Magnificent sect was not bad, and that they didn't want to cause trouble as soon as the Xia clan arrived, Jianchen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Now, he was no longer as fearless as before. Because of the Raging Flame mercenary group, Jianchen didn't want to offend too many powerful forces. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the lives of his brothers in the Raging Flame mercenary group. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the 3 from the Magnificent sect, Jianchen invited them into the Kai clan. In the small room that Jianchen lived in, Jianchen and the 3 from the Magnificent sect sat in front of a stone table. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the 3 and he smiled. "I heard that the Magnificent sect is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Wake City. I wonder why the 3 of you have come all the way here." Jianchen didn't waste time on nonsense and went straight to the point. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Then, Qing Yun opened his mouth and said, "To be honest, a few days ago, our Magnificent sect found out that Sir Jianchen has a rank 5 monster core. Our Magnificent sect needs a rank 5 monster core very much, so our sect leader specially ordered me to come to Wake City to see if we can buy the rank 5 monster core. Jianshan's face showed a trace of regret. He said, I'm sorry, although I have a rank 5 monster core, I don't plan on selling it because I need it very much myself. Jianshan's cultivation required a large amount of monster cores, and the recovery of the Azure Sword spirits also required a large amount of energy. Although he had a lot of rank 3 and rank 4 monster cores, they weren't enough for him to squander for a long time. A rank 5 monster core was equivalent to 100 rank 4 monster cores to Jianshan. It was even more powerful than 100 rank 4 monster cores. Therefore, Jianshan definitely wouldn't sell a rank 5 monster core. Moreover, he didn't lack money at the moment. Although a rank 5 monster core could be bought in a bustling city where experts gathered, in this remote Wake City, a rank 5 monster core was very precious. Moreover, even if one could buy a rank 5 monster core in a big city, it was very expensive. Hearing Jianshan's words, Qing Yun and the other two people's faces were filled with disappointment even though they had already expected this result. Level 5 monster cores were extremely precious. Even with the influence of the Huatian sect, it was very difficult to obtain one. If one went to a big city to buy one, it would be possible to buy one, but at the same time, the risk was extremely high. If the news was leaked, it would be hard to avoid encountering bandits along the way. In the Tianyuan continent that was filled with strife, it was not as if there were no Earth Saint Master bandits. In some large bandit groups, there were even Heaven Saint Masters who were at the pinnacle. After chatting with Jianshan for a while, Qing Yun and the other two people hurriedly left. When they returned to the inn, Qing Yun and the other two people gathered in a room with the windows tightly shut. Martial uncle, this Jianshan really didn't want to sell the rank 5 monster core. What should we do now? The bald man Qing Mu asked. Qing Yun frowned and said, This Jianshan person may look young, but based on my many years of experience, I can tell that he is not simple. He is very mysterious and his strength is very shocking. Although I can't accurately estimate his strength, the fact that he was able to participate in a battle with a rank 5 magical beast is enough to prove that his strength is not ordinary. I estimate that he is even stronger than me. Uncle Lu Zheng of the Xia clan must have been killed by him. Martial uncle, are we going to just go back like this? The one who spoke was Qing Shan, his face full of unwillingness. The middle-aged man was silent for a while before saying, To have such strength at such a young age, the only thing I am worried about is that Jianshan must have an extremely powerful background. We cannot act rashly on this matter. I must personally return to the Tianhua sect and report this matter to the sect leader and ask him to make a decision. Qing Yun, Qing Shan, the two of you will stay in Wake City for the time being. Keep an eye on the recent movements in Wake City, but remember, do not go to the Kai clan to cause trouble. Everything will be discussed when I return. Yes, martial uncle. The two of them replied at the same time. Although the three of them looked to be about the same age, Qing Yun's position in the hearts of Qing Mu and Qing Shan was clearly not ordinary. Qing Yun did not hesitate for a moment. After giving his instructions, he immediately rode his rank 3 magical beast at full speed towards the Tianhua sect 2,000 miles away. In the Kai clan, Jianshan was temporarily staying in a small independent courtyard. Ever since Qing Yun and the other two left, Jianshan had been sitting in front of a stone table with his head lowered, deep in thought. The temptation of a rank 5 monster core had already exceeded Jianshan's expectations. He did not think that for a rank 5 monster core, even a powerful organization with an Earth Saint Master would not hesitate to travel thousands of miles just to purchase a rank 5 monster core. Jianshan clearly knew that if it were not for his strength that made them fear him, the rank 5 monster core in his hands would have already been taken by someone else. Today, he had first sent away the Xia clan. Not long after, the Huatian sect, whose strength was not any weaker than the Xia clan, had arrived. Both of these clans were not to be trifled with. Both of them had Earth Saint Masters. Who could say for sure whether or not there would be even stronger clans or even more clans looking for him in the future? Earth Saint Masters were already enough to pose a threat to Jianchen. From the previous battle with the 3 rank 5 magical beasts, Jianchen had already vaguely guessed that if he were to encounter a rank 1 or rank 2 Earth Saint Master, he should be able to deal with them with the Azulate Sword Chi. If he were to encounter a rank 5 or rank 6 Earth Saint Master, his chances of survival would be very slim. The difference between Earth Saint Masters was also very large, which was why they were divided into rank 6. The difference between the rank 1 and rank 6 was like an insurmountable chasm. The Earth Saint Masters of the Xia clan and the Azulate sect were already enough to make Jianchen feel threatened, especially the Flame Mercenaries. They seemed to have a few great Saint Masters, but if they were to go up against those large clans, they would have no chance of victory. I need to use this time to increase my strength. Jianchen made up his mind and immediately returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Jianchen held a Class 4 monster core in each hand as he thought to himself. Ever since he broke through to Great Saint Master and communicated with the Azulate Sword Spirits, he understood that they were currently incomparably weak. They needed large amounts of energy to slowly recover, and the strength of the Azulate Sword Spirits was directly related to the strength of his sword chi. If he could let the weakened Azulate Sword Spirits recover some of their strength, then the sword chi he could borrow would be even more powerful. However, Jianchen did not dare guarantee that he would be able to let the Azulate Sword Spirits recover some of their strength. Right now, he had 2 methods to increase his own strength. The first was to directly channel all of his energy to the Azulate Sword Spirits so that they could recover as soon as possible and borrow their powerful sword chi. The second was to directly use the energy on himself to increase his own strength. However, if he followed the second method, then unless he reached the peak of Great Saint Master, he would not be able to threaten an Earth Saint Master. Chapter 258. Jianchen sat cross-legged on his bed, as he continuously absorbed the energy from the 2 Class 4 monster cores in his hands. Ever since he had reached the Great Saint Master level, the rate at which he absorbed the energy from the monster cores was much faster than before. What surprised Jianchen the most was that the awakened sword spirits no longer fought over the energy as fiercely as before. He could now absorb half of the energy from the monster cores, unlike before when he could only absorb 10% or less of the energy. The remaining 90% was snatched away by the sword spirit. The sword spirits already had their own consciousness and the ability to think independently. Although they couldn't communicate with others normally, they could use another method to communicate with Jianchen's consciousness. They could use a mysterious method to convey their thoughts to Jianchen. In the Kai clan, it wasn't just Jianchen who was cultivating. Even the members of the Flame Mercenary group had taken out their monster cores and locked themselves in their rooms to cultivate. The appearance of the Xia clan and the Magnificent sect had caused the members of the Flame Mercenary group to feel a great deal of pressure. Although they had only joined the Flame Mercenary group for a few days and hadn't interacted with Jianchen for long, Jianchen's way of doing things had already gained the approval of many of the mercenaries. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Ever since the people of the Huayun sect had left, the Kai clan had been very peaceful. No one had come to disturb them. On a mountain 2,000 kilometers away from Wake City, in a dense forest shrouded in darkness, one could clearly see a large open space. A large number of buildings and pavilions stood tall in the darkness. The lights of the buildings were like fireflies, very obvious in the darkness. The Huatian sect was located in the Blue Wind Kingdom. Within the kingdom, it could be considered as one of the top forces. Since the establishment of the Huatian sect, it had been almost 100 years. After 100 years of development, the Huatian sect had begun to develop. There were more than 1,000 disciples in the sect. Among them, there were more than 50 great saint masters. It was the strongest force within 1,000 miles. In a secret room in this building, two middle-aged men in martial arts attire sat opposite each other. "Martial uncle, the situation is like this. I don't know what we should do," a middle-aged man said with a serious face. This person was Qing Yun. After returning to the magnificent Sky Sect, Qing Yun immediately reported the situation in Wake City to the sect leader of the magnificent Sky Sect. The middle-aged man in blue sitting opposite Qing Yun lowered his head in deep thought. He was the sect leader of the Huatian sect, Qing Tian. He was only 5 years older than Qing Yun. Although the two of them were not that old, Qing Tian's talent in cultivation was not something Qing Yun could compare to. A few years ago, Qing Tian had already broken through the bottleneck of the Great Saint Master and gloriously became an Earth Saint Master. With his talent, who knew how much his strength had increased after these few years? As for Qing Yun, he was still at the peak of the Great Saint Master level. Qing Tian frowned and thought for a moment before slowly saying, "Although a level 5 monster core is very precious, it is not priceless. In some large cities, level 5 monster cores are still relatively common. Since Jianchen is not willing to sell it, then let's forget about this matter. We must not force him or do anything out of the ordinary. I have always felt that this Jianchen's people are not simple. If we offend them, I'm afraid that it will cause trouble for our magnificent Sky Sect." "Senior, are you worried that Jianchen has a powerful background?" Qing Yun's face became serious. Qing Tian nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is exactly what I am worried about. However, regardless of whether this Jianchen has a powerful background or not, just his talent in cultivation is shocking enough. To have such strength in his 20s, such a genius is rare even in the entire Tian Yuan continent. If he is given a few more years, I'm afraid that he will become a peak expert of the Tian Yuan continent. Right now, we have no enmity with him. For a level 5 monster core, it is not worth it for us to offend such a genius. Junior, you should return to Wake City tomorrow morning. If possible, do your best to befriend Jianchen." Qing Yun nodded slightly and said, "Senior, I didn't think that you would have the same thoughts as me. It was because of this that I personally came to report this matter to you." Qing Tian smiled and looked at Qing Yun with a complicated gaze. He said, "Junior, your strength has already reached the peak of Great Saint Master. If you are given a level 5 monster core, I wonder if you have the confidence to break through to Earth Saint Master?" Hearing that, Qing Yun sighed and became dejected. He shook his head, "No. Although Class 5 mana cores can help people break through to the Earth Saint Master level, I'm still not completely confident. Once I shatter my Saint weapon, it'll be very difficult for me to condense it again." Qing Yun paused when he reached there. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Senior, it is getting late. I will return to my room to rest. I still have to rush to Wake City tomorrow morning." After saying this, Qing Yun stood up and left the room. At the same time, in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers away, a huge villa stood quietly in a small forest. This villa was the headquarters of the Xia family. It had already been several decades since the Xia family had been founded, and the first patriarch was already an Earth Saint Master. Because of his existence, the Xia family had become the greatest organization in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The strength of the clan had also become more and more powerful. However, the headquarters of the Xia family was not located in the city. For the sake of convenience and freedom of movement, they had built their headquarters in the wilderness. They had only set up a branch of the Xia family in a second-class city a few dozen kilometers away. At this moment, in the main hall of the Xia family home, more than 20 people were sitting quietly in the main hall. In the middle of the hall, a stretcher covered by a white cloth was lying there, outlining the shape of a human body. The white cloth was stained with bright red blood, and the atmosphere in the main hall was heavy. At this moment, an old man in a white robe with a long beard walked out from the back of the hall and sat at the head of the table. Following the appearance of the old man, the people sitting in the row below all revealed a trace of respect in their eyes. Greetings to the old patriarch. Just as the old man sat down, the 20 or so people below all left their seats and knelt on one knee on the ground, kowtowing. The old man did not even look at them. His gaze was fixed on the stretcher in the center of the hall. His expression was somewhat complicated. After a while, the old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone, sit down." "Yes, old patriarch." At this moment, everyone finally dared to sit down again. Their expressions were very natural, without the slightest trace of displeasure. From this, it could be seen that the old man held a very high position in their hearts. The old man stared at the stretcher in the center of the hall for a long time. In the end, he let out a long sigh and stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the side of the stretcher, squatted down, and gently removed the white cloth. A middle-aged man's face was exposed to the air. The middle-aged man's empty eyes were open. He had died with a grievance. His neck was dyed red with blood, and there was a very small wound. Chapter 259. As soon as the old man's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. The 20-plus people seated below all looked at the old man with apprehension. As the upper echelons of the Xia family, they knew of the relationship between Uncle Lu and the old man. Now that Uncle Lu had been killed, they felt that it would be difficult to explain. The old man's gaze gradually became sharp, like a sharp sword sweeping across the crowd below. Everyone who was swept by the old man's gaze felt their hearts tremble. "Old family head, I think you should ask young Master Xia about this matter. You will only be able to obtain the most detailed information from him." After a moment of silence in the hall, a middle-aged man with a face full of apprehension and sweat dripping down his forehead finally spoke up. "Immediately call Xia Lu over." The old man's face was expressionless as he shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, one of them retreated and quickly brought in the eldest young master of the Xia family, Xia Lu. Young Master Xia's expression was somewhat fearful as he walked into the hall and knelt down. "Grandson Xia Lu greets grandfather." When the old man's gaze landed on Xia Lu, his originally sharp gaze gradually became gentle. He slowly said, "Lu, what exactly happened? Who killed your Uncle Lu?" "Grandfather, you must avenge Uncle Lu." Xia Lu's face suddenly became filled with grief. He immediately exaggerated the process of the conflict between Wake City and Jianshan, pushing all the blame onto the Kai family and Jianshan. He especially made it sound as if Jianshan was the cause of the incident. However, he did not hide anything about Jianshan's strength. He told the old man the truth about how he had killed Uncle Lu with a single sword strike. After Xia Lu finished speaking, the old man sitting at the head of the table fell silent. His brows slightly furrowed as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment of silence, the old man finally spoke. "Lu, is what you said true? That person called Jianshan killed your Uncle Lu with a single sword strike?" "Grandfather, this time it is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the guards. They also saw this scene with their own eyes. This person called Jianshan is really too much. Not only did he not put our Xia family in his eyes, he even insulted us. Grandfather, you must not let Jianshan off and avenge Uncle Lu," Xia Lu said with a face full of anger. His hatred for Jianshan was bone-deep. "Old family head, this person called Jianshan is really too much. If we do not do something about this matter, I'm afraid it will affect our Xia family." A middle-aged man sitting below the old man spoke. "That's right, old family head. We definitely cannot let this matter rest. We must avenge Uncle Lu." Although they had heard that Uncle Lu was killed with a single sword strike, they were not worried in the slightest. Everyone was very confident in the old family head's strength. Now that Uncle Lu Jing has been murdered, no matter how strong the other party is, no matter who they are, we cannot let this matter rest. Furthermore, this child, Uncle Lu Jing, has done many things for the Xia family over the years and has made many contributions. I cannot let this child die in vain. Zhenghua, immediately send a few smart people to Wake City to scout out the situation. Before we act, we must clearly understand the other party's strength. Yes, old family head. The next few days were relatively peaceful. The storm caused by the magical beast wave had gradually subsided and the entire city had returned to its former glory. Jianshan's high price of a search for Kendall's relatives also affected everyone's hearts. Almost everyone was moved by the high reward. Many people even used various methods to search openly and covertly, hoping to find a clue to claim the high reward. However, after a few days, Jianshan still did not obtain any useful information. On the other hand, there were many people who reported fake clues to get the reward money. In the past few days, Jianshan remained in the Kai clan to cultivate and did not leave. Only Commander Duoli came by once a day to report the missing person notice to Jianshan. The 3 middle-aged men from the Magnificent Sky sect who came to the Kai clan previously also came to the Kai clan to look for Jianshan. They casually chatted with Jianshan on a few topics. As time passed, Jianshan and the 3 middle-aged men from the Magnificent Sky sect unknowingly became closer. Jianshan also heard some information about the Xia clan from the 3 of them. However, what made him feel at ease was that the Xia clan currently only had one Earth Saint Master. He had only broken through 10 years ago and his talent for cultivation was not outstanding. Currently, he was still in the 2nd or 3rd cycle and did not pose much of a threat to Jianshan. While cultivating, Jianshan also sent a few people from the Flame Mercenaries to the Xia clan. Although they could not observe every movement of the Xia clan, if a large group of people set off, they would still be able to discover them. In the past few days, Jianshan's strength had increased at a terrifying rate. Currently, his strength was close to that of an intermediate Great Saint Master. In the evening, a bare-chested young man rushed into the Kai clan. He did not stop at all along the way and hurriedly entered Jianshan's small courtyard. Captain, this morning, a large group of people from the Xia clan set off in the direction of Wake City. This person from the Flame Mercenaries reported while panting. Jianshan sat cross-legged on his bed, still maintaining his cultivation posture. He calmly looked at the young man in front of him and said, "How many of them came and when will they arrive?" "There are a total of over 300 people. Because of the large number of people, their journey is rather slow. If they travel through the night, they will arrive at Wake City in the middle of the night. If they rest at night, they will probably arrive at noon tomorrow," the mercenary said with a serious expression. Jianshan expressionlessly waved his hand and said, "You can leave." After the mercenary left, Jianshan sat cross-legged on his bed and lowered his head in thought. He muttered, "With the Flame Mercenaries' strength, fighting the Xia clan head-on is like throwing an egg at a rock. Instead of sitting there and waiting for death, why not take the initiative to attack and use the cover of the night to deal a heavy blow? Only this way can the casualties be minimized." After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Jianshan led the 7 great Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries and left Wake City on Class 2 magical beasts. However, just as Jianshan was a kilometer away from Wake City, he was stopped by 3 people wearing tight clothes and riding magical beasts. These 3 people were Qing Yun, Qing Mu, and Qing Yi from the Magnificent sect. "He, brother Jianshan, where are you going?" Qing Yun, who was riding a Class 3 magical beast, smiled as he looked at Jianshan. Jianshan cupped his hands and smiled. "So it's you, brother Qing Yun. Since we are going out so late, we naturally have something to do." Qing Yun chuckled and said, "If my guess is correct, brother Jianshan is going to deal with the Xia clan." Jianshan nodded and did not deny it. Qing Yun's expression suddenly became serious and he continued, "Brother Jianshan, it's not that I am looking down on you, but this time, the Xia clan has sent a lot of people. Among them, there are more than 10 great Saint Masters and the rest are all Saint Masters. Moreover, the Xia clan's old master has personally come. With just the 8 of you, even if you can defeat them, you will have to pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Jianchen frowned slightly. The Xia clan's lineup was indeed a little out of his expectations. Chapter 260. Jianchen's face was filled with astonishment. He then smiled and said, "Brother Qing Yun is willing to help me. Of course, I am very grateful. However, what I am puzzled about is that Brother Qing Yun is not afraid of offending the Xia clan and causing trouble for the Huatian sect. Brother Jianchen, you may not know this, but although our Huatian sect and the Xia clan are very far apart, there have been some conflicts in the past. Later on, a few of our Huatian sect's disciples mysteriously disappeared. We guessed that it was most likely the Xia clan's doing, but we could not find any concrete evidence. As for the Xia clan, our Huatian sect has long wanted to exterminate them. However, once the war starts, although we are confident that we can exterminate the Xia clan, our Huatian sect will also suffer great losses. Therefore, this matter has been delayed. Now that Brother Jianchen wants to find trouble with the Xia clan, the 3 of us should lend you a hand," Qing Yun said calmly. Since that is the case, Jianchen will thank the 3 of you for your help." Jianchen's face was filled with joy. With the 3 of them, the difficulty of this trip would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Jianchen, Qing Yun, and the other 2 did not say much. They all rode their demonic beasts at full speed in the direction of the Xia clan. At this moment it was already early in the morning, and the sky was already pitch black. Layers of dark clouds covered the sky, completely covering the full moon hanging high in the sky. Within the thick dark clouds, there was even the sound of rolling thunder that resounded through the sky from time to time. 300 kilometers away from Wake City, there were over 100 tents scattered around the area. Dozens of bonfires were slowly burning, and the bright light from the flames was like a naughty child jumping around, illuminating the surroundings. In the center of the campsite, a flag was raised high. Under the weak light of the flames, one could faintly see the large word Xia written on it. At this moment, most of the people in the campsite were already resting. Only a few people in charge of patrolling the tents, occasionally adding some firewood. Boom! A muffled sound of thunder suddenly exploded. The sound was very loud and deafening. The flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire night as if it was daytime. Shortly after, bean-sized raindrops began to pour down from the sky, quickly extinguishing the burning bonfire. The entire campsite was plunged into complete darkness. The bean-sized raindrops fell densely onto the ground, creating loud noises. What bad luck, to actually encounter such terrible weather. Several people in charge of patrolling cursed one after another as they crawled into their tents to take shelter from the rain. 500 meters away from the campsite, several figures were moving forward in the dark rain like ghosts. The loud sound of the rain hitting the ground completely covered the movement of these people. These people were none other than Jianchen's group that had set off from Wake City in the evening. When they were about 200 meters away from the campsite, Jianchen's group paused for a moment and gathered together to discuss the situation. Soon after, Jianchen carefully snuck into the campsite alone while the others waited in place. Jianchen arrived at the outermost tent and paused for a moment. Then, he carefully opened the tent and snuck in. The inside of the tent was pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He couldn't even see half a person's shadow. Jianchen relied on his powerful divine sense to detect the breathing of 3 people in the tent. Without any hesitation, the light wind sword appeared in his right hand, and he stabbed out 3 times before immediately retreating. Jianchen was very confident in his swordsmanship. Just now, he had accurately stabbed the throats of the 3 people, instantly ending their lives without making a single sound. Jianchen carefully approached the rest of the tents, allowing the rain to fall on his body. Right now, he looked like a drowned rat. His clothes had long since been soaked and his entire body was dripping with rainwater. Originally, Jianchen had planned on fighting the Xia family, but the sudden rain made him change his plan. If he could assassinate a few of the Xia family members before the battle started, then it would greatly weaken the Xia family's strength. If he could assassinate the old patriarch of the Xia family, who was already an Earth Saint Master, then these people wouldn't be much of a threat to Jianchen. However, Jianchen still didn't have the confidence to assassinate an Earth Saint Master. So right now, he only wanted to clean up a few small fries and weaken the Xia family's strength as much as possible. Although assassination wasn't Jianchen's forte, because the downpour completely covered up the movements caused by Jianchen's actions, no one noticed him. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, Jianchen had already killed over 100 people through assassination, accounting for a third of the total number of people here. After another incense stick's worth of time, the number of people who had died at Jianchen's hands had already neared 200. Right now, more than half of the tents in the surroundings were completely filled with blood. Quite a lot of blood had dripped outside, slowly spreading in all directions along with the rain. A faint smell of blood drifted around the campsite. Right in the center, in a huge tent, the old patriarch of the Xia family sat cross-legged on a prayer mat with his eyes tightly shut in cultivation. His entire body didn't move at all, as if he was a stone statue. At this moment, the old patriarch's nose twitched slightly. Following that, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and 2 rays of light flashed through them. The old patriarch fiercely sniffed the air and slightly wrinkled his brows as he muttered, "Strange, why is there a faint smell of blood in the air?" As soon as his voice fell, the old patriarch's ears slightly twitched as if he had sensed something. His expression greatly changed as he immediately roared, "Everyone, wake up! There's an enemy!" Before his voice even fell, the old patriarch had already disappeared from the tent. Within the Xia family's tent, everyone who was still alive was startled awake. Not caring about the heavy rain outside, they all quickly rushed out of their tent. Since his tracks had been exposed, Jianchen no longer concealed himself. With the light wind sword in his hand, he immediately charged towards the people closest to him. He had to kill as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time. Jianchen immediately attacked with all his strength. In the darkness of the night, the light wind sword transformed into countless sword shadows that instantly enveloped several people and pierced their throat. The old patriarch of the Xia family also discovered Jianchen and immediately let out an angry roar. With a machete in his right hand, he charged towards Jianchen. At the same time, 200 meters away, the 7 great Saint Masters of the Raging Flame Mercenaries and the 3 new members of the Qin Yun sect also quickly rushed over. The light wind sword in Jianchen's hand emitted a layer of hazy silver light. In the darkness of the night it was extremely clear. A trace of intense and sharp sword qi was emitted, causing those who were closer to Jianchen to be able to clearly feel the sharpness of the light wind sword. Right now, everyone in the tent was rushing towards Jianchen. With the light wind sword in hand, Jianchen directly charged into the crowd of people and killed them, avoiding the attacks of the old patriarch of the Xia family. In a short period of time, close to 10 Saint Masters had died under Jianchen's sword. With the light wind sword's extreme speed, even great Saint Masters had to carefully avoid it. Furthermore, these people who were only Saint Masters had no way of retaliating against Jianchen's swift sword. Those who had their throats slit didn't even have time to scream before dying. Facing Jianchen, who had already charged into the crowd of people, the old patriarch of the Xia family was greatly restricted. In the darkness of the night, it was difficult to see Jianchen and the dozens of people from the Xia family. Even with the old patriarch's eyesight, it was difficult for him to distinguish them. Even if he caught sight of Jianchen's figure, it would only be a flash, making it difficult for him to make a move. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would injure his own people. Seeing the people of the Xia family fall one after another in the darkness of the night, the old patriarch of the Xia family was so angry that his chest began to heave up and down. He immediately roared, "Everyone, disperse!" Hearing this, the people of the Xia family all scattered, leaving Jianchen for the old patriarch to deal with. As the people of the Xia family scattered, the old patriarch finally locked onto Jianchen's figure. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his machete towards Jianchen. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind him, Jianchen's eyes became even sharper. The light wind sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a faint purple and green light. Without any fear, Jianchen swung his sword towards the Xia family head's broadsword and slashed it towards the old master's broadsword. Chapter 261. Ding! The light wind sword and the machete collided with each other in midair, letting out a crisp sound of metal clashing against each other. A strong burst of qi exploded from the point of impact, causing the surrounding rain to scatter in all directions. The two saint weapons separated upon contact, and Jianchen's body uncontrollably retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. His right hand that was holding the light wind sword was trembling slightly. After all, the difference in strength between him and the Xia clan head was just too great. Furthermore, the azure and violet sword qi could only strengthen his attacks, but not his saint force. This time, after clashing with the Xia clan head, Jianchen's body had also been shaken. He felt the blood in his body churn, almost causing him to spit out blood. The difference between an Earth Saint Master and a Great Saint Master was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Even a battle skill would not be able to make up for it. If Jianchen's body was not as tough as a normal person's, then he would have been heavily injured. The Xia clan head's body violently trembled, and his face instantly became pale. A low groan came from his throat as a trace of blood uncontrollably flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The Xia family head's face was filled with shock. He immediately raised the holy weapon in his hand and examined it closely. Even though the sky was pitch black and he could not even see his own fingers in front of his face, he could still clearly sense that there was a gap about the size of a finger on the holy weapon in his hand. How is this possible? The Xia clan head couldn't believe it. At this moment, his heart was like a raging sea, unable to calm down as it was filled with fear. He was already an Earth Saint Master, and the saint weapon in his body had already become incomparably tough. It could be said that anyone below the strength of a Heaven Saint Master would not be able to cause any damage to his saint weapon even if they used a battle skill. But at this moment, his saint weapon was actually damaged, and there was even a small crack about the size of a finger. How could he not be shocked? Is he a Heaven Saint Master? The old patriarch of the Xia family was filled with fear. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately dismissed it because he could feel that Jianchen was definitely much weaker than him when he clashed with Jianchen. It was impossible for him to possess the strength of a Heaven Saint Master. What is going on? The patriarch's face was rather pale as blood flowed from his mouth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand how his saint weapon had been destroyed. Logically speaking, anyone who could destroy his saint weapon would be a peak expert of the Tianyuan continent. Killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant for someone like that. It was impossible for him to be forced back in a single strike. With his saint weapon damaged, the old patriarch of the Xia family was also heavily injured. Just as the old patriarch of the Xia family was filled with confusion, Jianchen once again charged at him with the light wind sword. The light wind sword emitted a hazy silver sword qi that was like a bright lamp in the dark night. The only thing that could be seen was a flash of silver light. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the large droplets of rain and stabbed towards the old patriarch's throat. Even though Jianchen's sword was extremely fast, the old patriarch of the Xia family was still an Earth Saint Master. Jianchen's speed was not as serious of a threat to the old patriarch of the Xia family as compared to a great Saint Master. Suppressing his injuries, the old patriarch of the Xia family suddenly released a layer of blue saint force from the machete in his right hand. Immediately, the surrounding rainwater seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force and quickly gathered around the machete in the old patriarch's hand. Circles after circles of rainwater began to revolve around the machete, forming a water dragon as thick as an arm that shot towards Jianchen. The light wind sword was wrapped in a layer of purple and green sword chi as it pierced through the water dragon, heading straight for the old patriarch's throat. The old patriarch of the Xia family's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not believe in evil and once again swung his machete towards Jianchen. The machete carried a surge of saint force as it cut through the air like a bolt of lightning. The machete seemed to contain some kind of mysterious force as it cut through the air. As the machete chopped down, there was actually a faint pressure exerted on Jianchen's body. This time, the old patriarch of the Xia family directly used a battle skill. Every battle skill, once it was used, would carry a faint pressure. The higher the level of the battle skill, the stronger the pressure would be. However, not every battle skill had a shocking momentum when it was used. Some battle skills were completely integrated into the basic attack to be used. When it was used, there was not the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Every move and style carried an unfathomable mystery of the world, and had a strange and unpredictable power. The power was enormous. The old patriarch of the Xia family's machete's power was not ordinary. It was much stronger than the previous attack. When the two saint weapons collided, the powerful force sent Jianchen flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The old patriarch of the Xia family was not in a good condition either. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. On his saint weapon, there was another gap that was as thick as a finger. In this exchange, although he had sent Jianchen flying, there was now another gap on his saint weapon. His saint weapon is strange. Although he is not a heaven saint master, his attack power is comparable to a heaven saint master. I definitely cannot fight him head-on. The old patriarch of the Xia family quickly understood. At that moment, he looked at Jianchen with both shock and greed. He did not know what had caused Jianchen's attack power to become so strong. Was it a battle skill? Or a treasure? But no matter what it was definitely a priceless treasure. If he could obtain it, thinking of this, the old patriarch of the Xia family's heart began to beat rapidly. His pair of old eyes stared greedily at Jianchen. Jianchen immediately crawled up from the ground. Right now, his body was covered in mud. Ignoring his injuries, he once again rushed towards the old patriarch of the Xia family. Although he was heavily injured, the old patriarch's saint weapon had been damaged, so his injuries were even more severe than his own. As a result, compared to the old patriarch, Jianchen's injuries could only be considered light. Jianchen's light wind sword formed a dense cloud of sword images as it continuously attacked the old patriarch of the Xia family. By now, the old patriarch of the Xia family had already understood that Jianchen's personal strength was not strong, but his attack power definitely surpassed his own. Thus, he did not dare to receive Jianchen's attacks head-on. Instead, he completely avoided Jianchen's sword and attacked from the side. However, Jianchen's sword was originally focused on speed. Even though the old patriarch of the Xia family did his best to avoid Jianchen's saint weapon, he was still not as fast as Jianchen's sword. Furthermore, Jianchen also understood his only advantage over an Earth Saint Master, so he focused his attacks on the old patriarch's saint weapon in order to limit the old patriarch of the Xia family's strength. On the other side, the Huayun sects Qingyun, Qingmu, and Qingshan, as well as the 7 great saint masters of the Flame Mercenaries, were already engaged in a great battle with the remaining people of the Xia family. However, the majority of the Xia family's 300 people had already been assassinated by Jianchen. Now, only a few great saint masters were left. Thus, even though Qingyun and the Flame Mercenaries were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to hold on. This was especially the case for Qingyun. His strength had already reached the peak of Great Saint Master, and his body flickered with the yellow light of Earth attributed Saint Force. Combined with his battle skills, He was able to beat the Saint Masters of the Xia family to the point where they could not even retaliate. Jianchen and the old patriarch of the Xia family exchanged over 100 blows. Even though the old patriarch of the Xia family did his best to avoid Jianchen's sword, he was still stabbed 3 times by the light wind sword, causing a total of 5 holes to appear on his saint weapon. As the damage to his saint weapon became more and more severe, the backlash that the old patriarch of the Xia family suffered also became more and more severe. If his saint weapon was destroyed by Jianchen, then not only would his powerful strength go to waste, his life would also be in danger. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack my Xia family? Could it be that my Xia family has some sort of enmity with you? The old patriarch of the Xia family finally couldn't hold it in any more and loudly asked. Jianchen's attacks didn't stop as he coldly smiled. I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I am the person that your Xia family wants to deal with. The old patriarch's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jianchen with an incomparably solemn expression. Could it be that you are Jianchen? That's right. Jianchen didn't deny it. As soon as he finished speaking, his attacks became even more ferocious. Today, he had to kill the old patriarch of the Xia family to prevent future troubles. He definitely didn't want the flame mercenaries to be targeted by an Earth Saint Master. Jianchen, I wonder if we can sit down and have a good talk? The old patriarch of the Xia family had shown weakness. Now that he was at a disadvantage, if this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. No. Jianchen flatly refused, cutting off the old patriarch's thoughts of a temporary truce. The old patriarch's face sank when he heard that. He glared at the blurry face in the darkness and heavily said, Jianchen, I, Xia Fan, will remember what happened today. With that, the old patriarch no longer lingered on the battle. He turned around and fled. Jianchen immediately chased after him. Once the old patriarch of the Xia family was far away in the pouring rain, it would truly be very difficult to catch him. Although the old patriarch of the Xia family was heavily injured, he was still an Earth Saint Master after all. The abundant saint force in his body allowed him to quickly flee into the distance. The similarly heavily injured Jianchen simply couldn't catch up to him. Seeing the old patriarch gradually disappear into the distance, Jianchen's eyes flashed with a resplendent light. In the darkness of the night, they were like 2 fireflies emitting a weak light. Following that, the light wind sword in his right hand left Jianchen's hand and, as if it had transformed into an immortal sword, shot towards the old patriarch with unbelievable speed. Chapter 262. Under the heavy rain, vision was greatly affected. Adding on the fact that everyone in the Xia clan was busy fighting, no one noticed the death of the Xia clan's patriarch. After the light wind sword pierced through the Xia clan's patriarch's throat, it quickly flew back into Jianchen's hand. Jianchen held the light wind sword and immediately arrived in front of the Xia clan's patriarch. As expected of an Earth Saint Master, after having his throat pierced, he did not immediately die. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. It was a pity that his throat had been pierced and he had lost the ability to speak. Otherwise, he would have asked the questions in his heart before he died. This was because he had clearly seen a sword pierce through his throat and fly through the air at an unimaginable speed without anyone controlling it. This scene had already exceeded the Xia clan's patriarch's understanding. The Xia clan's patriarch's life force was quickly draining away. Not long after, he slowly closed his eyes and left the world with a head full of questions. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and from time to time, there would be flashes of lightning that illuminated the entire sky. The heavy rain that was the size of beans slapped on the ground, creating loud hua-hua sounds, which greatly affected everyone's hearing. Jianchen's body was dripping with rain and he had long since become soaked. He slowly squatted down and took off the Xia clan's patriarch's space belt and the space ring on his left hand. He then checked the patriarch's body to make sure that he did not miss anything important before leaving. As the previous patriarch of the Xia clan and the founder of the Xia clan, as well as an Earth Saint Master, the Xia clan's patriarch would definitely have many valuable items on him. If Jianchen wanted to expand the Flame Mercenaries, he would need a large amount of money. After killing the old master of the Xia family, Jianchen did not stop there. He raised his sword and charged towards the rest of the Xia family members. Now that he had a grudge with the Xia family, he could not show mercy. The people present were the elites of the Xia family. If he killed them, the rest of the Xia family members would not be a threat. The people of the Xia clan held an absolute advantage. Apart from a few great Saint Masters, the rest of them all had the strength of a Saint Master. After such a short battle, the 7 people of the Flame Mercenaries were all injured. Even Qing Mu and Qing Shan from the Huatian sect had a few wounds on their bodies. Only Qing Yun, who had the Earth Attribute Saint Force that specialized in defense and mastered battle techniques, was unscathed. He held back the few great Saint Masters of the Xia clan by himself, greatly reducing the pressure on the others. With the addition of Jianchen, the situation of the Flame Mercenaries, who were originally at a disadvantage, was instantly turned around. These Saint Masters could threaten ordinary great Saint Masters if they worked together, and could even kill them. However, in Jianchen's eyes, they were just a group of helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Jianchen charged into the group of Xia clan members. The light wind sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows, instantly stabbing out several times. Every strike accurately sliced through their throat. Before they could even react, their lives had been mercilessly taken. Under Jianchen's extremely fast killing speed, the remaining people of the Xia clan rapidly decreased in number. Not long after, they were all wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. Jianchen's performance caused Qing Yun and the other 2 from the Huatian sect to be secretly shocked. The 300 people of the Xia clan that had come this time, including the old patriarch, who was an Earth Saint Master, had all been killed. As for Jianchen's side, only the members of the Flame Mercenaries and Qing Shan and Qing Mu had suffered heavy injuries. They were all covered in blood, and their bodies were covered in wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood continuously flowed from them. Brother Jianchen, is the old patriarch of the Xia clan dead? Qing Yun let out a long sigh and asked Jianchen. As the battle between Jianchen and the old patriarch of the Xia family was still some distance away, he was unable to see the situation on the other side in the pitch-black night. Furthermore, his battle with the old patriarch of the Xia family was extremely stressful, so he was unable to divert his attention to observe the situation on the other side. Jianchen smiled, but no one could see the smile clearly in the dark night. He said, "Don't worry, I've already dealt with that old bastard." Cold sweat faintly appeared on the foreheads of the 3 from the Huatian sect when they heard that. They were shocked by Jianchen's strength once again. They never thought that he would be able to kill an Earth Saint Master with a battle skill in such a short amount of time. Moreover, according to the information they had gathered, the old patriarch of the Xia clan was at least a 2nd cycle Earth Saint Master, perhaps even close to the 3rd cycle. Fortunately, our Huayun sect didn't provoke Jianchen like the Xia clan did. It really isn't worth it to offend such a powerful genius for a Class 5 monster core, Qin Yunxin secretly thought. Jianchen arrived before the people of the Flame Mercenaries and stared at them in concern. He asked, "How are your injuries? Are there any major problems?" These people were the only ones who could be considered experts in the Flame Mercenaries. In his heart, Jianchen really didn't want to see any accidents happen to any of them. "We're all heavily injured, but we won't die." Duo Kongqiang stood up and said weakly, "Brother Jianchen, their injuries are indeed very heavy. I think we should immediately return and invite a Radiant Saint Master to heal them," Qing Yun suggested. Jianchen nodded and immediately cleaned up the battlefield. He took the 300 or so space belts from the Xia clan guards and put them into his own pouch. He then led the heavily injured people of the Flame Mercenaries back to Wake City in the rain. Brother Jianchen, there are no Radiant Saint Masters in Wake City. Even if there were, it would be very difficult to find one. You should take them back first. I'll go to a nearby second-class city and invite a Radiant Saint Master over," Qing Yun suddenly said. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qing Yun." Jianchen didn't refuse and clasped his hands in thanks. "Haha, Brother Jianchen, there's no need to be so courteous." Qing Yun clasped his hands and then left alone. Qing Shan and Qing Mu were still heavily injured, so they followed Jianchen back to Wake City to heal. Due to their heavy injuries, the speed at which they returned was much slower than when they came. Jianchen's group traveled through the night and finally arrived at Wake City at dawn. In the Kai clan's courtyard, the 7 great Saint Masters of the Raging Flame mercenary group and Qing Shan and Qing Mu of the Huatian sect had already been properly settled. Their wounds were smeared with top-grade healing panaceas and some medicinal pills that were specially used to treat internal injuries, temporarily stabilizing their injuries. Chapter 263. Qing Yun directly brought the white-robed young man to Jianchen. He said, "Brother Jianchen, I've already invited a Radiant Saint Master over. Let's go heal them right now." Jianchen studied the young man that Qing Yun had brought over. However, the young man's arrogance made him extremely displeased. However, due to his noble status as a Radiant Saint Master and some basic etiquette, Jianchen still clasped his hands with a smile. He said, "Esteemed Saint Master, I really do feel rather apologetic for inviting you over from so far away. Once my brothers are healed, I will definitely thank you properly." The young man glanced at Jianchen, and a sliver of disdain appeared in his eyes. With his status as a Radiant Saint Master, especially one with great talent, he really did look down on these insignificant mercenaries, especially one who was much younger than him. Only Earth Saint Masters could make him feel respect. "Humph, you can't speak carelessly. I'm not your friend. Lead the way. Once the injured people are healed, I have to return immediately. I don't have that much time to waste here," the young man snorted coldly and said arrogantly. Both Jianchen and Qing Yun frowned slightly when they heard that. Although Radiant Saint Masters possessed great statuses, the young man before them was just a little too arrogant. However, they still needed his help after all, so Jianchen and Qing Yun were not petty people. The two of them said nothing and brought the young man to where the people of the Flame Mercenaries were resting. Duo Kang's group of 7 from the Flame Mercenaries and Qing Shan Qing Mu from the Huatian sect all had their own rooms. They were not very far from each other. Jianchen first brought the Radiant Saint Master to Qing Mu's room. Qing Mu was currently lying on the bed, naked. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. He only wore a pair of briefs that covered his most important part. His entire body was wrapped in white bandages that had already been dyed red with blood. The young Radiant Saint Master frowned deeply when he saw how miserable Qing Mu was. He then went up and checked Qing Mu's wounds. He coldly said, "He's very heavily injured, so the cost of healing him is very expensive. I hope you can be mentally prepared. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay when the time comes." A sharp light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. Anyone who heard the young Radiant Saint Master's words would feel extremely displeased. Even Qing Yun frowned deeply. His gaze towards the young Radiant Saint Master was filled with hostility. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy sound rang out. The man who had come with the young Radiant Saint Master took a heavy step forward and blocked the young man's back. He glared at Jianchen and Qing Yun and said with a deep voice, "Esteemed Saint Master Assisi is one of the most outstanding members of our Radiant Saint Master Union. If you don't want to become enemies with our union, then don't show any hostility. Otherwise, I won't hold back and will report this matter to the union." Qing Yun and Jianchen's expressions changed slightly when they heard the man's words. The Radiant Saint Master Union was an extremely special organization on the Tian Yuan continent. Just like the Mercenary Union, it was not restricted by any country. The Radiant Saint Master Union was where all the Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent gathered. At the same time, they provided protection to some of the Radiant Saint Masters, so they possessed a supreme status on the Tian Yuan continent. At the same time, the Union possessed a large number of fighters. They were so powerful that even the 7 great empires on the Tian Yuan continent were unwilling to provoke them. However, no matter who they were or how powerful they were, anyone who provoked the Radiant Saint Master Union would not be able to live for long. Jian Chun and Qing Yun feared the Radiant Saint Master Union from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't dare to offend them in the slightest. This was because the Radiant Saint Master Union was not like the Huayun sect of the Jessen Kingdom. Their influence was spread across the entire continent. Once they became enemies with the Radiant Saint Master Union, they would find them and kill them no matter where they went. At the very least, there had never been anyone who managed to survive after offending the Radiant Saint Master Union. Go ahead and heal him. I can still afford the cost, Jianchen said emotionlessly. The young man sneered when he heard that. A sliver of craftiness flashed through his eyes and he said, "His wounds are extremely severe. It'll take me a day or 2 at the very least to heal him. It'll be very taxing on me, so the cost will be a little higher." The young man glanced at Jianchen and continued, "It'll cost 50 purple coins." "What? 50 purple coins?" Jianchen's face suddenly changed as he cried out in shock. This price had nothing to do with whether it was expensive or not. This was clearly a scam. 50 purple gold coins. Heavens, you are too black-hearted. Qing Yun was a little dumbfounded as he exclaimed. "Humph. His injuries are already very serious. Even with the best healing medicine, it will take him 1 or 2 months to fully recover. Moreover, no one can say for sure if there will be any side effects. I'm already being cheap by charging you 50 purple coins," the young Radiant Saint Master said with a straight face, but inside, he was secretly laughing. He was quite familiar with Wake City, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was the only Radiant Saint Master in Wake City. Moreover, the Kai clan had a certain amount of influence in Wake City, so they didn't lack money. With this information in hand, the young Radiant Saint Master was able to make such a huge demand. Jianchen quickly calmed down. He looked at the young man indifferently and said, "All right, 50 purple coins it is. You can start the treatment immediately. I hope your ability is worth 50 purple coins." Jianchen's voice was extremely calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. "Wait, brother Jianchen, this is just too expensive. Although they're all heavily injured, it'll only cost 5 purple coins at most to invite a 3rd-rank Radiant Saint Master to treat them," Qing Yun said from the side. This price was too high, and he didn't want to lose out. Jianchen waved his hand and said, "It's fine. It's just some money. As long as brother Qing Mu can recover as soon as possible, this amount of money is nothing." Hearing Jianchen's words, Qing Mu sighed and didn't say anything else. The young Radiant Saint Master smiled and extended his hand in front of Jianchen, saying, "Pay up first." Jianchen snorted disdainfully and took out a large amount of purple coins from his spatial belt, saying, "A total of 9 people need to be treated. Here are 450 purple coins. I hope your ability is worth this price." Chapter 264. After 7 days of treatment, the young Radiant Saint Master had finally healed the 7 injured members of the Flame Mercenaries and the 2 from the Magnificent sect. During these 7 days, other than occasionally chatting with Qing Yun, Jian Chun basically spent the rest of his time cultivating in his room. After these 7 days of cultivation, with the help of the sword spirits, Jian Chen's cultivation speed increased to the level of an intermediate Great Saint Master by several dozen times. The saint force in his body had more than doubled compared to a primary Great Saint Master, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. During this time, Jianchen had also gone to the city lord's mansion to inquire about the search for Kendall's family. However, the results left him very disappointed. Under the circumstances where the city lord had searched the entire city and even posted a high reward, there was still no news of Kendall's family. Jianshan's last wish had become the only thing he could not let go of. However, he did not have any information about Kendall's family, so it was very difficult for him to find them. Right now, Jianshan could only worry helplessly. There was nothing else he could do. He could only expand his search area and slowly search. The news of the Xia clan's 300 men being killed 300 li away from Wake City also spread like wildfire within Wake City. As the number one power within 1,000 li radius, the Xia clan's influence was extremely large. This news spread like wildfire, and even some of the cities around Wake City received the news, causing quite a commotion. Now, whether it was Wake City or the surrounding cities, in the streets and alleys, as well as in some of the restaurants, one could hear mercenaries and merchants discussing this matter with great interest. I wonder who the Xia clan has offended. They actually killed 300 people. The Xia clan is the number one power in this area. They are very powerful. Now that so many people have been killed, the Xia clan will definitely make a big fuss. That's for sure. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, no one can challenge the dignity of the Xia family. I've heard that the previous patriarch of the Xia family was an Earth Saint Master. Who can defeat him here? I don't think so. It's true that the Xia clan is the number one power in this area, but this is only limited to this area. What if there are foreign experts? Maybe the Xia clan has offended some foreign expert, resulting in this disaster. Everyone was discussing animatedly with different opinions. However, the majority of them believed that the Xia family would definitely turn out in full force to regain their respect. After all, the Xia family was a force to be reckoned with within a radius of 1,000 miles. If the Xia family wanted to maintain their position, they had to do so. However, what happened next was that the Xia clan actually did not do anything. They did not even say a single word. They seemed to have chosen to swallow the humiliation of the 300 death. Early in the morning, Qing Yun brought Qing Mu and Qing Shan, who had already recovered from their injuries, to Jianshan's residence. Brother Jianshan, we have been out for quite some time. This time, we have specially come to say goodbye to you. Because there are some matters in the sect, we have to rush back, Qing Yun said. Jianshan cupped his hands and smiled. All good things must come to an end. Brother Qing Yun, take care. There will be plenty of time in the future. We will definitely meet again in the future. That's true. Brother Jianshan, if you have time in the future, you must come visit my Huatian sect. Qing Yun cupped his hands and smiled. Of course. If I have time in the future, I will definitely visit the Huatian sect, Jianshan said. Qing Yunshin suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Brother Jianshan, in half a year's time, it will be the mercenary pageant that is held once every 50 years. This mercenary pageant is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must participate. If you miss this opportunity, then you will never have the qualifications to participate in the mercenary pageant again. Mercenary pageant. Jianshan's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He said, Brother Qing Yun, what is this mercenary pageant? Can you explain it to me in detail? Hearing this, Qing Yun's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He did not think that Jianshan did not even know about the mercenary pageant. However, he still smiled and said, It seems that Brother Jianshan does not know about the mercenary pageant. All right, then I will explain it to you in detail. Speaking until here, Qing Yun paused and said, The mercenary pageant is a pageant held by the Mercenary Union of the Tianyuan continent for all the outstanding mercenaries in the world. The location of the pageant is the headquarters of the Mercenary Union, Mercenary City. Although it is called the mercenary pageant, it is actually just a competition between mercenaries. However, this competition is only held once every 50 years, and the mercenaries who can participate must be under the age of 50. As a result, not everyone can participate in the mercenary pageant. If you were born in a bad time, you would not have the qualifications to participate in the mercenary pageant. As a result, anyone who can participate in the mercenary pageant that is held once every 50 years has a trace of luck and opportunity. Every time the mercenary pageant is held, it is extremely popular. It has attracted almost all the genius mercenaries on the continent. As long as you can enter the top 100, you will receive a large amount of money as well as a Medal of Honor from the Mercenary Union. If you can enter the top 10, the rewards will be even more generous. It is said that as long as you enter the top 10, you will be able to enter the armory of Mercenary City and choose a heaven tier cultivation method. If you enter the top 3, not only will you be able to enter the armory and choose a heaven tier cultivation method, you will also be able to choose a heaven tier battle skill to cultivate. A sliver of desire flashed through Qin Yun's eyes when he mentioned the heaven tier cultivation method and battle skill. He seemed to covet them. Whether it was the cultivation method or battle skill, they were enough to cause a storm of blood on the Tian Yuan continent. Their value could not be measured with money. The top 3 ranks of the mercenary pageant are each more generous than the last. I heard that not only will the champion be able to choose a battle skill from the armory, he will also be able to cultivate in the sacred grounds of Mercenary City for half a year. Qin Yun let out a long sigh when he reached there. He continued, "The sacred grounds of Mercenary City are sacred grounds in the hearts of all the experts in the world. Although I don't know what benefits there are in there, it is a place that even peak experts like Heaven Saint Masters yearn for. It is said that quite a few saint rulers have stayed in the sacred grounds of the Mercenary Union." Qin Yun let out a long sigh and sighed emotionally. Those are saint rulers, supreme saint rulers. If even existences like them stay in that place, it's more than enough to show just how sacred the sacred grounds of Mercenary City are. Jianshan's heart began to thump uncontrollably when he heard that. He was tempted by the rewards Qin Yun had mentioned. Let alone the sacred grounds of Mercenary City, just the heaven tier battle skill had moved his heart. Although the heaven tier battle skill might not be suitable for him, he could still donate it to Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Prefecture already had a heaven tier cultivation method. They just lacked a heaven tier battle skill. Chapter 265. Jianshan lowered his head and pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Qin Yun, you said that only mercenaries under the age of 50 can participate in this gathering. Then how strong are the strongest mercenaries participating?" Qin Yun pondered for a moment before replying. According to the information passed down from the past mercenary gatherings, the top 10 mercenaries are basically all Earth Saint Masters. After all, breaking through to the Earth Saint Master realm is just too difficult. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous. To be able to become an Earth Saint Master before the age of 50 is already considered an outstanding talent. Then are there any Heaven Saint Masters participating in the mercenary gatherings? Jianshan continued to ask. With the assistance of the Azure Sword spirits, the threat of Earth Saint Masters to him had decreased by a lot. In his heart, Earth Saint Masters were not undefeatable. The ones that truly made Jianshan feel pressured were Heaven Saint Masters. That's impossible. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "Heaven Saint Masters are already peak experts on the Tian Yuan continent. How can they be so easy to cultivate? Although there are people who can become Heaven Saint Masters before the age of 50, such geniuses are rarely seen on the Tian Yuan continent. Moreover, even if there really is someone who can become a Heaven Saint Master before the age of 50, they may not necessarily have the qualifications to participate in the mercenary gatherings. This is because the time difference between the mercenary gatherings and the mercenary gatherings eliminates the qualifications of the majority of cultivation geniuses." Hearing this, Jianshan nodded in agreement. Qin Yun was right. Not all genius mercenaries could participate in the mercenary gatherings. The mercenary gatherings were only held once every 50 years, and only those under the age of 50 had the qualifications to participate. If a genius could really become a heaven saint master before the age of 50, if they were born a few years before or a few years after the mercenary gatherings, then they would miss out on the mercenary gatherings. At least until now, there had never been anyone who could become a heaven saint master before the age of 30 or 40 on the Tian-Yuan continent. Next, Jianxin asked Qing Yun about the details of the mercenary conference. Although Qing Yun had only mentioned a portion of the rewards for the top 10 rankers, this had already moved Jianxin's heart. After sending off Qing Yun and the other two, Jianxin immediately summoned Duo Kong and the other Saint Masters and asked them about the mercenary convention. However, the information they obtained was very limited. Apart from the fact that there was a mercenary convention, they didn't obtain any other valuable information. They didn't even know as much as Qing Yun. Leader, participating in the mercenary conference once every 50 years is not bad, but the mortality rate is also very high. It is said that less than 10% of the people who participate in the mercenary conference will survive, Charles said in a dignified tone. I've also heard that there are quite a few people who have reached the level of Earth Saint Master in the mercenary conference. They are very powerful, Duo Kong said sternly. Leader, if you want to participate in the mercenary conference, you must consider it carefully. The rewards are extremely generous, but the mortality rate is indeed quite high. At the same time, basically all the talented mercenaries on the continent have gathered in the mercenary conference this time. Some of them are talented and have good conditions. They can reach the level of Earth Saint Master before the age of 50. Some of them are born with extraordinary backgrounds and have even grasped battle skills. They are extremely powerful. Emotion spoke with an extremely calm tone. In their eyes, the mercenary conference that was held once every 50 years didn't have any value as it wasn't something that they could participate in with their level. That was a stage that belonged to the experts of the mercenary world. Of course I know that the competition there will be extremely intense. Do you know where Mercenary City is? If you do, then tell me. Jianxin calmly said. When he heard Qing Yun mention the rewards of the mercenary conference, Jianxin had already secretly made up his mind. He had to participate in the mercenary conference because a heaven-tier battle skill was just too tempting. 3 days later, Jianxin finished arranging everything and left Wake City by himself. As for the members of the Raging Flame mercenary group, Jianxin gave them a mission. They were to temporarily stop hunting magical beasts to earn money and focus on all kinds of mercenary missions in order to quickly raise the level of the Raging Flame mercenary group. Before he left, Jianxin left the Flame mercenaries with several thousand purple coins and a few Class 2 monster cores that he had no use for. It was for the mercenaries' daily expenses and to buy some necessities. The Flame mercenaries were currently in the process of development, so they needed to invest a large amount of money. Because Duo Kong and the others all had leadership abilities, Jianxin was very reassured to leave the Flame mercenaries in their hands. Jianxin rode a Class 2, magical beast mount that was adept at running. After traveling for an entire day, he had already traveled over 1,000 miles. Only in the evening did he finally stop at a second-rank city called Blue Rich City. After entering the city, Jianxin first found an inn to stay in for the time being. He then went to the dining area on the first floor and casually ordered a few dishes to appease his hunger. The sky was gradually darkening, and it was already past dinner time. Thus, there weren't many people eating on the first floor of the inn. There were only 20 or so empty tables in the large space, and a few waiters were busying himself all over the place. Suddenly, a large group of armored soldiers escorting carriages filled with large metal chests stopped outside the inn. Following that, several middle-aged men in armor walked in with majestic steps. On the right side of their armor was an identical emblem. The emblem on the emblem was actually a miniature version of the national emblem of the Blue Wind Kingdom. "Waiter, hurry up and bring us some food. Prepare some more tables for us," one of the middle-aged men in armor called out as soon as he walked into the inn. The other middle-aged men swept their sharp gazes over the few remaining guests in the inn. "All right, sirs, please take a seat. We will immediately bring the best wine and meat. We guarantee that sirs will be satisfied." When the waiter saw the emblems on their chests, his expression abruptly changed. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately welcomed them with a face full of enthusiasm. The middle-aged men in armor didn't say anything else. They directly walked to a table and sat down. Afterwards, people in armor continuously walked in from outside. There were around 100 people in total, and the entire dining hall was filled to the brim. Everyone was silent and didn't say anything. They seemed very disciplined. With the arrival of this group of people, some of the diners who were still chatting in the inn also quieted down in an instant. Although the entire first floor of the inn was filled with people, it was strangely quiet and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Chapter 266. Immediately after, Jianchen looked out of the window. Outside the window, there were more than a dozen large carriages parked in a row. Each carriage was loaded with several large iron boxes. A large number of soldiers wearing the same armor were guarding the carriages with a serious expression. Their sharp eyes constantly swept through the crowd, causing the passers-by to look curiously at them. Jianchen's eyes stopped for a moment on the large iron boxes. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that there was a strong energy fluctuation in the large iron boxes. Jianchen had encountered a similar situation before. When a large number of magic cores were piled up together, there would be such a reaction. Could it be that all of these large iron boxes are filled with magic cores? Jianchen secretly thought in his heart. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If the situation was as he expected, then how many magic cores were stored in these large iron boxes? This was definitely a terrifying number. Jianchen calmly looked away and no longer paid attention to the large iron boxes. He was afraid that he would arouse the suspicion of those soldiers. This time, the kingdom of Jessen is completely finished. Although they are stronger than our Blue Wind Kingdom, but this time, 4 of our kingdoms are attacking them at the same time. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to withstand the joint attack of our 4 kingdoms. Suddenly, one of the few middle-aged men who came in at the beginning whispered, "Yes, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame the kingdom of Jessen for occupying all of that rich land. Previously, we were afraid of that old man from Changyang Prefecture, so we didn't dare to touch the kingdom of Jessen. But now, that old man from Changyang Prefecture has been missing for many years. He's probably dead. Without that old man, I'd like to see how the kingdom of Jessen can withstand the joint attack of our 4 kingdoms this time." Another middle-aged man sneered. "Third brother, you can't say that. Although the old man from Changyang Prefecture is probably dead, the strength of the kingdom of Jessen is still not weak. They have 10 experts on the surface, and every single one of them is a Heaven Saint Master. Just this point alone makes them much stronger than our Blue Wind Kingdom. Who knows how many more Heaven Saint Masters they have hidden in the dark?" "That's right. None of the 10 Heaven Saint Masters on the surface are from Changyang Prefecture. According to my master, the old man from Changyang Prefecture had a servant who was also a Heaven Saint Master. However, he always kept a low profile, so very few people know about him. Including him, the kingdom of Jessen has at least 11 Heaven Saint Masters, which is 3 more than our Blue Wind Kingdom. If it was just our Blue Wind Kingdom going against the kingdom of Jessen, we would definitely be defeated. It's a pity that we have an alliance of 4 kingdoms this time. There are almost 30 Heaven Saint Masters. I'd like to see how the kingdom of Jessen will stop us this time." A few middle-aged men who seemed to be generals discussed. Although the inn was already filled with people, they were the only ones who were talking. Therefore, even though their voices were soft, Jianchen could still hear them clearly. Jianchen's heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. His expression became rather complicated. It was filled with longing and worry. Changyang Prefecture was his first home in this world, so he had special feelings for it. Although there were not many people who truly cared about Jianchen, there were still a few people who Jianchen missed. His elder brother, Changyang Hu, and his second sister, Changyang Mingyue, were all people who truly cared for him. There was also his mother, Bai Yuntian, who had taken care of him in every possible way since he was young. Now that he heard that the alliance of 4 kingdoms was attacking the kingdom of Jessen, not only did Jianchen begin to worry for his family in Changyang Prefecture, he even thought of returning to the kingdom of Jessen immediately. However, this thought was quickly extinguished by Jianchen. He was not an impulsive person. He knew his current strength very well. With the help of the Azulite Sword spirits, he could barely deal with regular Earth Saint Masters. In front of Heaven Saint Masters, he probably could not even fight back. Even though he had never seen a Heaven Saint Master in action, it was not difficult for him to estimate their strength. Jianchen lowered his head and ate the food one mouthful at a time. His movements were somewhat numb and stiff. He had lost his appetite from before. At this moment, one of the middle-aged men who seemed to be generals spoke up. "Do you think that old man from Changyang Prefecture will suddenly appear? Although he has been missing for many years and is most likely dead, this is only our guess. That old man has reached his peak long ago. I think he went missing a few decades ago to seek a breakthrough," someone said. "Then could he have broken through? Once he breaks through, shut up. That's impossible. Don't say such things in the future," someone immediately shouted in anger. Jianchen listened to their conversation as he ate. From their conversation, Jianchen learned more information. The most important information was that the war between the alliance of 4 kingdoms and the kingdom of Jessen would still take 2 to 3 years. After all, the alliance of 4 kingdoms was planning to wipe out the kingdom of Jessen in one fell swoop. Therefore, the preparation work and the transportation of various war resources before the war had to be done. Including the mobilization of the army, it would take a long time. After the meal, Jianchen directly returned to the room he had booked to rest. Coincidentally, the generals were also spending the night in this inn. They did not book the entire inn. Instead, they stayed in the same room as regular customers. At night, Jianchen sat cross-legged on his bed for the whole night. Below the window of his room, he could see the dozen or so carriages equipped with large iron boxes. Soldiers were guarding the carriages all night, looking very cautious. Now, Jianchen was sure that the large iron boxes were filled with magic cores. Now that the Blue Wind Kingdom and the Kingdom of Jessen were about to go to war, the magic crystal cannons would definitely be the main firepower. The large number of magic cores in front of him was probably transported to the border to supply the magic crystal cannons. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they bought a large amount of dry rations and some water from the inn. Then, with a group of armored soldiers escorting a dozen large carriages, they left Lanfeng City in a grandiose manner. Not long after they left, Jianchen also left the inn. He rode on his Class 2 magic beast and followed them from afar. He would never allow such a large number of magic cores to be transported to the border of the Blue Wind Kingdom to attack the kingdom of Jessen. Chapter 267. A large group of soldiers wearing the national emblem of the Blue Wind Kingdom were escorting more than 10 large carriages filled with metal boxes as they slowly walked on the official road. Their steps were orderly and even their movements were almost exactly the same. Every one of them naturally exuded a murderous aura. This was the result of countless battles of life and death. From this, it could be seen that this was definitely an elite army of the Blue Wind Kingdom. 5 kilometers behind them, Jianchen was riding a second-rank magical beast as he followed the group of soldiers from afar. Along the way, he was thinking about how to make his move. This group of soldiers only had around 200 people. Although the number was not large, but because they were a well-trained elite army, they were very difficult to deal with. Among them, half of them were great Saint Masters while the rest were all Saint Masters. Compared to the motley crew of the Xia family, their battle prowess was not just a level higher. Moreover, Jianchen could feel that these few officers were all Earth Saint Masters. After all, this batch of magic cores was not small, and as a war preparation material, it was completely normal for the Blue Wind Kingdom to send a few Earth Saint Masters to escort them. At noon, the scorching sun in the sky was like a fire, emitting an intense heat that baked the earth. Jianchen mixed in with the caravan for half a day before finally separating from the soldiers at a fork in the road. Jianchen left the caravan and followed the group of soldiers from afar. However, the distance between them had increased from 5 kilometers to 8 kilometers because this was a plain. Occasionally, there would be some weeds on the side of the road, but they did not obstruct the line of sight. The field of vision was very wide, and if he followed too closely, it would be very easy to be discovered. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Jianchen had been following the group of soldiers from afar for an entire day. There were no cities nearby, so the group of soldiers had casually chosen an open area to set up camp and rest. They began to light a fire and prepare their meals. However, when they were resting, their defense was even tighter. There was even a group of people riding magical beasts patrolling the area, making it impossible for Jianchen to find an opportunity to make his move. Facing an extremely powerful elite army and a few Earth Saint Masters, Jianchen was not stupid enough to face them head-on. The next morning, the group of soldiers began to pack up their tents and set off early. Jianchen continued to follow them from afar. Due to the large distance and the fact that there were quite a few mercenaries and caravans on the road, they would come across groups of mercenaries and merchants almost every once in a while. As a result, Jianchen's abnormality was not noticed by them. Whenever they came across a caravan on the road, Jianchen would immediately mix in with the caravan and cover himself as much as possible. Jianchen walked all the way until noon and separated from the caravan again. He followed the group of soldiers from afar. Due to the hot weather, the group of soldiers finally stopped when they passed by a small forest. They sat down on the grass and rested. Quite a few of them took out their jugs of water to quench their thirst. "This damned weather is so hot. We've almost run out of water. Looks like we need to find a water source as soon as possible. It's fine if we don't eat for 2 or 3 days in this hot weather, but we can't go without water," said a middle-aged commander. Another commander to the side took out a map and looked at it carefully. His eyes lit up as he pointed at a spot on the map and said, "Look at the mark on the map. There's a river nearby. We can go get some water." Several high-ranking officers immediately came over, and one of them immediately ordered, "Men, send someone to the southwest 3 kilometers away to get some water." "Yes, Commander." Immediately, a soldier collected everyone's jugs of water and placed them in his space belt. Afterward, he rode a Class 2 magical beast and headed in the direction of the water source. Very soon, the soldier arrived beside a small river. The river was only around 2 meters wide, and the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. It was not polluted at all. Jumping off his mount, the soldier immediately took out all the jugs from his space belt and placed them one by one on the ground. Then, he began to fill them up one by one. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A silver-white light shot out from the weeds not far away at an unbelievable speed. Before the soldier could react, the silver-white light pierced through his neck. A head flew high into the air, bringing with it a cloud of blood. The entire head of the soldier who was fetching water had been severed by the silver light. Bright red blood flowed into the river, dyeing the clear water red. A youth wearing white clothes walked out from the weed. It was Jianchen. Jianchen arrived in front of the soldier and thought for a moment. Then, he quickly dug a hole and buried the soldier's clothes. At the same time, he covered the blood on the ground with some soil to prevent the smell of the blood from drifting out and being smelled by magical beasts or humans with a keen sense of smell. After doing all this, Jianchen washed off the blood on the armor. Then, he took off his clothes and put on the armor. Afterward, He took out some disguise tools from his space belt and changed his appearance to that of the soldier. Finally, he picked up the jug and walked a few dozen meters upstream to get some water. After filling the pot with water, Jian Chun immediately took out the venomous fangs of the golden-striped silver snake from his space ring and tossed them into the water. The silver-striped golden snake was an extremely poisonous creature. Its toxicity was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3, and its fang was the most poisonous part of its body. Its toxicity was so strong that it could be compared to the poison sac. As long as this fang was soaked in water, it would be able to dye the entire jug of clear water into a highly poisonous liquid in less than half an incense's time. Jianchen threw the fang into a jug full of clear water and no longer cared about it. Instead, he continued to fill the rest of the jugs with water. When he had filled all the jugs with water, the jug that had been soaked in the fang had completely turned into a jug of extremely poisonous water. Chapter 268. Jianchen carefully returned to where the soldiers were resting. He took out the water bottles from his space belt and placed them on the ground. Each of his movements was very careful, afraid that he would give himself away and be discovered as an impostor. Jianchen remained silent. He constantly scanned the surroundings from the corner of his eyes, observing the situation. The moment he discovered that something was wrong, he would be able to react in time. Right now, he didn't even dare to speak. Although he had changed his appearance to be exactly the same as the owner of the armor, he couldn't change his voice. The surrounding soldiers didn't notice that something was wrong with Jianchen. They all picked up their water bottles and began to gulp down large mouthfuls of water. "Scarf, bring our water bottles over," one of the generals said to Jianchen. Jianchen noticed that the general was looking at him from the corner of his eyes. He immediately knew that this was the name of the soldier he had killed before. Without any hesitation, he picked up the water bottles and walked over. His heart was filled with vigilance, ready to act at any time. The generals also didn't notice that something was wrong with Jianchen. They took their water bottles from Jianchen's hands and began to gulp down the water. The venom of the silver-striped golden snake was colorless and odorless, so the generals didn't notice it at all. Moreover, they didn't think that there would be someone in the Blue Wind Kingdom who would act against them in such a way. After personally seeing the generals drink the water from the bottles, Jianchen's eyes gradually lit up. Now, his plan could be said to have succeeded. All that was left was to see how strong the venom of the silver-striped golden snake was. Although the fangs were the most poisonous part of the silver-striped golden snake, the one Jianchen had killed was still too weak. The venom hadn't reached its peak yet. Jianchen's heart was pounding. With such a venom, would it be able to affect Earth Saint Masters? "Scarf, why aren't you talking?" Among the 4 generals, one of them found that Scarf's behavior was a bit abnormal. Usually, in such a situation, everyone would respectfully call them Commander. However, Jianchen didn't even say a single word when he delivered the water, which made them feel a bit dissatisfied. Hearing this, Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. The light wind sword appeared in his right hand, and he immediately stabbed towards the nearest general. Jianchen was very decisive in his actions, and he didn't have any intention of taking a detour. He was very clear in his heart that he couldn't continue pretending because he couldn't speak at all. Once he spoke, his traces would be exposed. Since that was the case, he might as well take the initiative to attack and catch them off guard. "Pooh!" The light wind sword pierced deeply into the throat of one of the generals. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the back of the general's neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. Although this general was very strong, he didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance against Jianchen. With Jianchen's swift sword, it took only an instant for him to attack. In such a short amount of time, it was already beyond the reaction time of many people. Thus, this sneak attack was very successful, easily killing an Earth Saint Master. This sudden turn of events caused the other generals to be stunned. However, they were all veterans and had seen all sorts of situations. Even though it happened so suddenly, they quickly reacted and angrily attacked Jianchen. After attacking, Jianchen immediately retreated and used his fastest speed to escape. Now that the weather was hot, all of them had drunk the poisonous water. When the poison took effect, it would be time for him to make his move. Scarf, you traitor, you actually dared to rebel. Scarf, I treated you well, but you actually dared to kill Commander Tianlin. Today I will not forgive you. I never thought that a spy like you would appear in our wind cloud guard. I must have been blind, several of the generals angrily roared as they chased after Jianchen. Each and every one of them was extremely angry, their eyes spitting fire. The soldiers who were resting in the surroundings were also elite. At this time, they didn't need anyone to give the order and immediately moved to block Jianchen's path of escape. Jianchen's eyes flashed as he completely exploded with the strength of an intermediate great saint master. The light wind sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows as it pierced through the soldiers in front of him. This group of elites was actually unable to stop Jianchen's footstep. Jianchen quickly broke out of the encirclement of the soldiers and immediately increased his speed to escape. Behind him, the remaining 4 generals led a large group of soldiers in hot pursuit. Quite a few of them even mounted their magic beast mounts and chased after him. However, before he could even take a few steps, a group of soldiers behind him immediately stopped and curled up on the ground with faces full of pain. Streams of blood flowed out from their mouths as their faces became paler and paler. Soon after, more and more soldiers stopped chasing Jianchen and crouched down with faces full of pain. Blood continuously flowed out from the corners of their mouth. Some of the soldiers riding on magic beast mounts even fell off their mount. Not long after, a total of 200 soldiers were all bleeding from the corners of their mouth. Their faces were full of pain as they stopped chasing after Jianchen. Some of them were even lying on the ground with their lives unknown. "Commander, we've been poisoned," a soldier said with a hoarse voice. Hearing this, the 4 generals who were chasing Jianchen all stopped at the same time. When they saw the miserable state of the people behind them, they all turned pale with fright. "What's going on? How did you get poisoned?" "Bastard, how did you get poisoned? Who poisoned you?" "It must be Steve, it must be that traitor Steve who did it." "Steve, how dare you? Once I catch you, I'll skin you alive." The generals were so angry that they were trembling and their faces were ashen. Steve was an elite soldier that they had trained for many years. They didn't expect that he would betray them and do such a despicable thing. Once this matter was spread out, the Wind Blue Kingdom's most elite troops, the Wind Blue Guards, would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, one of the generals' face suddenly changed and immediately exclaimed, "Not good, I've also been poisoned. Damn it, I've also been poisoned. He actually poisoned the water. What kind of poison is this? It's so strong. Steve, this bastard, how dare he poison us? I'll definitely not forgive him." The 4 generals' faces suddenly became ugly. Without any hesitation, they immediately sat down and began to force the poison out of their bodies. At this time, Jianchen, who was originally running away like lightning, also stopped. He then slowly walked back the way he came. With the light wind sword still dripping with blood, he fearlessly walked towards the generals who were trying to force the poison out of their bodies. Chapter 269. So that's how it is. You are not Steve. It seems that the real Steve has been killed by you. Then you pretended to be Steve and poisoned our water. Who are you? Why did you poison our water? Do we have any grudges against each other? Several high-ranking officers tried to stall for time by expelling the poison from their bodies. Jianchen chuckled. The current situation allowed him to let out a sigh of relief. Now, his plan had come to a perfect conclusion. Jianchen sat down cross-legged 20 meters away from the 4 high-ranking officers. He smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Seeing that Jianchen did not intend to attack them immediately, the high-ranking officers were relieved. Now that they had been poisoned, they needed time to expel the poison from their bodies. If they were to fight now, the poison would not only be difficult to suppress, but it would also spread rapidly. Who are you? Why did you poison us? Do you know that you are making an enemy of the entire Blue Wind Kingdom? One of the high-ranking officers shouted. Jianchen smiled and said, It's only a matter of time before I become an enemy of the Blue Wind Kingdom. You are escorting such a large number of magic cores. Presumably, you are here to deal with the Kingdom of Jessen. So you are a spy from the Kingdom of Jessen. One of the high-ranking officers stared at Jianchen like a hungry wolf. He gnashed his teeth and said, Oh, this officer is really smart. You are able to infer that I am a spy from the Kingdom of Jessen. But your words are a bit too serious. Although I am a citizen of the Kingdom of Jessen, I am not a spy who deliberately infiltrated your Blue Wind Kingdom. This incident is completely a coincidence, Jianchen said with a smile on his face. Now that the high-ranking officers were poisoned, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. What a coincidence! Your Excellency, shouldn't you take off Steve's mask now and let us see your true face? Don't you dare to show your true face? A general said coldly. Isn't it the same whether I see you or not? You're all going to die anyway. Why do you have so many demands? Besides, I think this is pretty good. Jianchen chuckled. Are the people of the Kingdom of Jessen just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to show their true colors? I've seen it for myself today, one of the generals harumphed coldly. Pooh! Suddenly, one of the generals spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face was completely drained of blood, becoming as pale as paper. Immediately, his face was filled with shock as he cried out, What kind of poison is this? It's actually so potent. Afterwards, the other three generals grunted as well. Their faces immediately became extremely ugly as strands of black blood flowed from the corners of their mouth. How is it? Do you feel like the poison has spread even deeper as time passes? No matter how you circulate your Saint Force, you can't force the poison out? Jianchen's smile became even more radiant when he saw the miserable state of the four generals. He then boldly arrived 10 meters away from the four of them. What kind of poison is this? It's actually so potent. One of the generals angrily roared. There's no harm in telling you. I wonder if you've heard of golden-striped silver snakes, Jianchen chuckled. What? Golden-striped silver snakes? Don't tell me we've been poisoned by golden-striped silver snakes. Impossible. Golden-striped silver snakes are so rare that they're practically priceless on the Tianyuan continent. How can you have their poison? Hearing the mention of golden-striped silver snakes, the generals could no longer maintain their calm. All of them turned pale with fright as their faces filled with despair. Golden-striped silver snakes were one of the most poisonous creatures on the Tianyuan continent. They were ranked in the top 3. Their poison was so potent that even Saint Force couldn't force it out. Medicine couldn't cure it either. Even Saint Force couldn't completely cure it. The only way to cure it was to use its blood. While the generals were in a daze, Jianchen shot towards one of them like lightning. His light wind sword pierced through the general's throat, killing him on the spot. Without stopping, Jianchen pulled out his light wind sword and stabbed towards another general. Everyone be careful. The other 3 also came back to their senses. The general who had been attacked by Jianchen immediately fell to the ground. At the same time, a large sword appeared in his hand and he swung it towards Jianchen. At the same time, the other 2 also unsheathed their saint weapons and attacked Jianchen. Jianchen sneered. Facing the attacks of the 3 Earth Saint Masters, he didn't fear them at all. His light wind sword stabbed out 3 times, colliding with the saint weapons of the 3 generals. Following the sound of metal colliding, the light wind sword and the 3 saint weapons collided. The light wind sword sliced through the 3 saint weapons, creating a finger-sized hole in their saint weapons. The expressions of the 3 generals changed at the same time. One of them even spat out a mouthful of blood. With his saint weapon damaged, the 3 of them had also suffered heavy injuries. How is this possible? I can feel that your strength isn't even comparable to an Earth Saint Master. How could you destroy my Saint weapon? One of the generals subconsciously cried out in surprise. His face was filled with disbelief. The other two generals had the same expression. Their faces were filled with shock. Something's not right. Be careful of his Saint weapon. His Saint weapon should contain another kind of energy. One of the generals who had been observing the light wind sword carefully saw the purple and green light and immediately warned the others. Be careful. Do not clash with his Saint weapon. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer will be us. The three generals were much more knowledgeable than the Xia family's patriarch. Very quickly, they found the reason behind this and raised their Saint weapons to attack Jianchen once more. Jianchen's attacks were unrestrained. Every single strike was either aimed at the Saint weapons in the hands of the three generals or their throat. He did not hold back at all. Due to their fear of the Azulite sword Qi, the three generals were completely restrained in battle. They were unable to unleash their full battle prowess. After the two sides had exchanged a few dozen blows, suddenly, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. One of the generals couldn't dodge in time and had his neck cut off by the purple and green sword Qi. His entire head fell to the ground, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Duo G. Chapter 270. We've already been poisoned by the silver-striped golden snake's venom and are doomed to die. Let's fight to the death with him. One of the generals shouted. Immediately, he stopped suppressing the poison in his body and erupted with his full strength as an Earth Saint Master. A thick layer of fiery red light enveloped him and transformed into a solid flame. The intense heat roasted the ground, causing the weeds on the ground to quickly wither. Hearing this, the other general also knew that he would not be able to escape death. His eyes revealed a trace of determination. A layer of faint green light emitted from his body. With the appearance of this layer of green light, the surrounding wind elements immediately became active. Wisps of faintly discernible wind revolved around him. I'll let you have a taste of my raging flame sword style. The Fire Saint Master roared. The great sword in his hand suddenly turned red and emitted an unbearable heat. As it slashed down, traces of pressure filled the air and pressed down on Jianchen's body, causing Jianchen to feel as if he was carrying a large boulder on his back. The other great sword emitted a bright green light as it pierced towards Jianchen's chest with lightning speed. It was so fast that Jianchen had no way of dodging it. Facing the attacks of the two, Jianchen did not try to dodge. Instead, he used his light wind sword to stab towards the greatsword. Ding! The tip of the light wind sword actually collided with the greatsword's edge. The greatsword that was even harder than metal was once again pierced by the light wind sword, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. Jianchen spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing an Earth Saint Master who had used his full strength and battle skills, Jianchen's internal injuries were not light. The Earth Saint Master whose body was covered in flames groaned. Because of the damage to his Saint weapon, his internal injuries had become even more severe. At the same time, the other Wind Saint Master's greatsword pierced through Jianchen's chest and came out of Jianchen's back. Jianchen angrily roared. Ignoring his own injuries, he used his light wind sword to parry the Fire Saint Master's greatsword and stabbed it into the Fire Saint Master's heart. The sword Qi contained within the light wind sword shot out and crushed the Fire Saint Master's heart. Immediately after, Jianchen pulled out his light wind sword, and with a layer of purple and green light, he continued to stab towards the Wind Saint Master. The Wind Saint Master coldly snorted and twisted his sword, causing the wound on Jianchen's chest to widen. At the same time, he left a strand of pure Saint Qi to wreak havoc in Jianchen's body. After pulling out his sword, the Wind Saint Master turned into a ray of green light and retreated. Jianchen groaned and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Saint Qi that the Wind Saint Master had left in his body was extremely pure and was wreaking havoc in his body. It was not something that he could suppress. At this moment, The azure and violet sword spirits in Jianshan's dantian trembled slightly. The Saint Qi that was wreaking havoc in Jianshan's body seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force and directly rushed towards the azure and violet sword spirits. In the end, it was like a pebble that had been thrown into the ocean without causing the slightest ripple. With the crisis in his body resolved, Jianshan did not hesitate and continued to rush towards the remaining Wind Saint Master. The light wind sword turned into a ray of silver light as it pierced towards the remaining Wind Saint Master. The remaining Wind Saint Master was already deeply poisoned and his face was black. Seeing that Jianshan was still so brave despite his heavy injuries, and seeing that his companions who were on par with him had all been killed, the Wind Saint Master began to have thoughts of retreating. If we continue to fight like this, regardless of whether or not I can kill him, even if I manage to kill him, I'm afraid that the poison in my body will be enough to take my life. Losing my life is a small matter, but the fact that a spy from the Jessan Kingdom actually infiltrated my Blue Wind Kingdom and stole the magic cores we were escorting is no small matter. Even if I fall into a calamity of certain death, I absolutely cannot die in obscurity. I must report this matter to His Majesty the King. Having made up his mind, the Wind Saint Master immediately wrapped himself in a layer of Saint Qi and turned into a ray of green light that shot off into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This made it so that Jianshan had no way of chasing him. If a Wind Saint Master was determined to escape, then their speed was definitely not something that Jianshan could catch up to. At this point, of the 5 Earth Saint Masters escorting the magic cores, 4 had died and 1 had escaped. But Jianshan had also paid the price of being heavily injured. Jianshan ignored his injuries and walked towards the corpses of the Wind Saint Masters. Reaching out his hand, he took the space rings from their hands and dragged his heavily injured body towards the large carriages filled with boxes. He had to quickly collect the spoils of war, so he could not stay here any longer. Jianshan arrived in front of one of the large boxes and cut off the chains with his sword. Opening the lid, he revealed a large pile of thumb-sized magic cores. They were all first and second level magic cores, filling the entire box to the brim. There are actually so many magic cores. I'm afraid that just this box alone contains several thousand magic cores. Jian Chen's heart began to thump uncontrollably. Even though there was only a large pile of low-level monster cores in front of him, there were just too many of them. Moreover, this was only a single chest. There were a total of 15 large carriages here, and each carriage had 2 to 4 chests. If all of these chests were filled with monster cores, then just how many monster cores were there? This was definitely a terrifying number that would cause one's heart to palpitate. Suddenly, the azure and violet sword spirits in Jianshan's dantian began to tremble slightly. A thought was transmitted into Jianshan's mind. The azure and violet sword spirits actually want to absorb the energy within these magic cores. Because it was a thought transmission, Jianshan immediately understood the azure and violet sword spirits' intentions. Without any hesitation, he immediately extended a hand and placed it on top of the pile of magic cores. Although these low-level magic cores could be sold for quite a bit of money, if the azure and violet sword spirits could recover, then the azure and violet sword Qi he could borrow would be even more powerful. Although it was not his own strength, it was currently his greatest bargaining chip against an Earth Saint Master. Just as Jianshan's hand was placed on top of the pile of magic cores, an enormous suction force that caused Jianshan's expression to change appeared from his dantian. The several thousand magic cores that filled the entire metal box all emitted a faint light. Waves of energy gathered together, forming a visible substance of energy that passed through Jianshan's arm and into his dantian. Jianshan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Such a large amount of energy passed through his arm, causing him to feel an intense pain. The azure and violet sword spirit's speed of absorbing energy was extremely fast. Very soon, the entire metal box was completely absorbed by the azure and violet sword spirit. Jianchen sensed the situation of the azure and violet sword spirits, but to his disappointment, the azure and violet sword spirits did not change at all after absorbing an entire metal box of magic cores. It looks like for the azure and violet sword spirits to recover, the amount of magic cores they need will definitely surpass my expectations. Jianchen secretly thought to himself, but he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. The appetite of the azure and violet sword spirits was just too big. He did not know just how much energy would be needed for the azure and violet sword spirits to recover. Next, Jianchen opened the metal boxes one by one. Inside were all Class 1 and Class 2 magic cores, and Jianchen generously gave them all to the azure and violet sword spirits to absorb. When Jianchen opened the 17th metal box, he was surprised to find that it was completely filled with Class 3 magic cores. The entire box was filled to the brim with Class 3 magic cores, numbering several thousand. Of these Class 3 magic cores, Jianchen only took a few hundred for his own cultivation. The rest were all given to the azure and violet sword spirits to absorb. Afterwards, Jianchen opened another 5 metal boxes. They were all filled with Class 3 magic cores, which made Jianchen a little excited. However, Jianchen did not take any of these magic cores. Instead, he gave them all to the azure and violet sword spirits to absorb, hoping that they would become even more powerful. After absorbing several tens of thousands of magic cores, the azure and violet sword spirits in Jianchen's dantian finally showed some changes. The originally weak azure and violet sword spirits became even denser. They were like a bright lamp that emitted an azure and violet light in Jianchen's dantian. This discovery made Jianchen unable to contain his joy. He immediately used a strand of azure and violet sword qi. As expected, he found that the sword qi was much denser than before. When Jianchen opened the next metal box, a 4-meter long and half a meter wide black iron rod appeared in front of him. The iron rod was stuffed with white cotton, wrapping the entire rod inside. Looking at this somewhat familiar iron rod, Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened the other metal boxes at the same time. He found that the other metal boxes were filled with strange objects. They were all wrapped in a thick layer of cotton. Seeing these things, Jianchen's mind instantly filled with images. His face was filled with shock as he muttered, This is actually a magic crystal cannon." Jianchen had seen magic crystal cannons on the walls of Wake City, so he was not unfamiliar with them. The parts in front of him right now were the components of a magic crystal cannon. The elementary magic crystal cannon I saw on the walls of Wake City had a 2-meter-long barrel. The intermediate magic crystal cannon had a 3-meter-long barrel. But this one in front of me is actually 4 meters long. This should be a high-level magic crystal cannon. From the long and thick barrel, Jianchen quickly guessed that this magic crystal cannon was a high-level magic crystal cannon. This made him unable to contain his joy. Although Jianchen had not seen the power of a high-level magic crystal cannon with his own eyes, he had heard a little about it. A high-level magic crystal cannon required a Class 5 magic core to charge. It had a range of 20 kilometers, enough to blast an Earth Saint Master to death. It was an extremely powerful weapon. As long as a high-level magic crystal cannon was used, a primary saint could blast an Earth Saint Master to death. If there was a crowd, it was even possible to blast an entire group of Earth Saint Masters to death. Chapter 271. When Jianchen opened all the remaining boxes, he didn't find a single monster core. This was because the boxes were filled with the various components of the crystal cannons. There were large and small piles of them. However, there were only 2 barrels for the crystal cannons, both of which were 4 meters long. From this, it could be deduced that these components could be assembled into 2 high-level crystal cannons. Although obtaining 2 high-level crystal cannons made Jianchen extremely happy, what worried him was that he didn't know how to assemble the crystal cannons. If this pile of components wasn't assembled properly, then they would be no different from a pile of scrap metal in his hands. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. When I have the chance in the future, I'll see if I can learn how to assemble the crystal cannons. Afterwards, he closed the metal chests that contained the various components of the crystal cannons and placed them into his space ring. Afterwards, he mounted a Class II magical beast and quickly left the area, leaving behind a large pile of soldiers who had been poisoned to death by the silver-striped golden snakes. As one of the top 3 poisons on the Tianyuan continent, even though its toxicity hadn't reached its peak, it was still extremely potent. In just a short moment, all the soldiers had been poisoned to death. Not a single one of them had survived. Jianshan rode on the Class II magical beast for half a day. He was already 500 kilometers away from the small forest from before. In the end, he stopped in a dense forest and immediately used his radiant Saint Force to heal his wounds. Jianshan's innate Saint Force was much stronger than the Class II Radiant Saint Master he had met in Wake City. In less than 2 hours, he had completely healed his wounds. Afterwards, Jianshan found a river and jumped into it to wash his body. I didn't think that the last person would escape. However, he was an Earth Saint Master with Wind Saint Force. If he wanted to escape, I wouldn't have been able to chase him. My speed probably wasn't even half of his. Jianshan muttered to himself as he washed his body in the river. It's a good thing that my appearance hasn't been exposed. If that escaped general were to spread the news, then my identity in Wake City would quickly be discovered. At that time, the flame mercenaries would definitely be annihilated. Thinking up to this point, Jianshan felt a lingering fear. He secretly rejoiced at his foresight. He had almost lost everything because of his carelessness. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Jianshan sat under a large tree and took out 5 space rings. He began to look through the items inside. Of the 5 space rings, 1 belonged to the Xia family's old patriarch, while the other 4 were obtained from the 4 generals he had killed. The Xia family's old patriarch's space ring contained a purple gold card and over 1,000 purple gold coins. There were also a bunch of miscellaneous items and some valuable collectibles. There were also 100 Class 4 monster cores, a few hundred Class 3 monster cores, and over 1,000 Class 2 monster cores. Suddenly, a beautiful brocade box appeared before Jianshan's eyes. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took the box out of the space ring and opened it. He saw a simple book lying inside. The book was made of thick paper and had already begun to yellow. There were also many damaged areas around the edges. It seemed that it had been stored for quite some time. Water manipulation technique. 3 simple words were printed on the cover of the book. Jianshan slowly flipped open the book and read the information inside. Afterward, a happy smile appeared on his face. There was actually a battle skill recorded inside, but regretfully, it was only an intermediate human battle skill. Moreover, it was only suitable for people with water-attributed Saint Force to practice. Whatever, it's better than nothing. Once the flame mercenaries become stronger, I can give out this battle skill as a reward, Jianshan thought. Afterward, Jianshan opened the next space ring. A large pile of sparkling monster cores appeared before Jianshan's eyes. What made Jianshan wild with joy was that these monster cores were all Class 4 monster cores. There were over 1,000 of them. There are actually so many Class 4 monster cores. Looks like these monster cores are all battle supplies used to recharge the magic crystal cannons. Jianshan's heart began to thump uncontrollably. The harvest this time was definitely extremely bountiful for him. Jianshan opened 2 more space rings and discovered that they were also filled with Class 4 monster cores. Apart from these monster cores, there was also a purple gold card and some leather for daily use. There was nothing else of value. When Jianshan opened the last space ring, a pile of fist-sized monster cores appeared before Jianshan's eyes. They were all Class 5 monster cores. Jianshan's entire body suddenly stiffened. Then, his face filled with wild joy. He knew very well how precious Class 5 monster cores were. For a single Class 5 monster core, even the Xia family and the Magnificent Sect, who were thousands of kilometers away, would not hesitate to travel thousands of kilometers to purchase them. However, there were at least 100 Class 5 monster cores in front of him, which made Jianchen feel disbelief. The harvest this time was really too great. Jianchen immediately counted the small pile of Class 5 monster cores. The number he obtained almost made his heart jump out of his chest. There were actually 232 Class 5 monster cores. Jianchen was so excited that his entire body trembled slightly. With so many Class 5 monster cores, he would no longer need to accumulate energy for the high-level magic crystal cannons. With so many Class 5 monster cores, if all of them were used to fire the high-level magic crystal cannons, it would be enough for him to fire more than 200 times. This could easily destroy a Class 1 city. After a long time, Jianchen's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. He kept his spoils of war, then rode on a Class 2 monster beast, and continued on his way. One day later, Jianchen stopped in front of a huge mountain that stretched for thousands of miles. He abandoned his monster beast and walked up the mountain on foot. This mountain range was only an ordinary mountain range. The world origin chi here was very sparse, and most of the creatures that lived here were wild beasts. Occasionally, there would be a few Class 1 and Class 2 monster beasts, but there weren't any Class 1 monster beasts. The dense forest in the mountain range blotted out the sun. Trees that were several dozens of meters tall had sprouted from the ground, and their dense foliage completely blocked out the sunlight. As a result, the entire mountain range was shrouded in a layer of gloomy darkness all year round. The environment in the mountain range was not as harsh as in the magical beast mountain range. Jianchen wandered around the mountain range for 2 days according to his memory, and finally found the Huang family village that he had once stayed in for a period of time. It had already been over a month since he had left the village. Jianchen's return made everyone in the Huang family village very happy, and Rothko immediately suggested that everyone gather together. That night, everyone in the Huang family village gathered together to congratulate Jianchen on his return. Mingdong's injuries had already healed half a month ago, and he didn't leave the Huang family village after that. Instead, he remained in the village to cultivate and improve his power. Occasionally, he would accompany some of the able-bodied villagers into the mountains to hunt. With his sage master powers, it was extremely easy for him to hunt these wild beasts. Furthermore, due to his existence, the food in the entire Huang family village had been raised to a whole new level. Chapter 272. At night, in a small wooden hut, Mingdong and Jianchen gathered together. From the looks of it, your injuries should be completely healed, right? Jianchen looked Mingdong up and down and said with a smile. Mingdong nodded slightly and said, "It's all thanks to the medicine you left behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Moreover, after this period of cultivation, my strength has reached a new level as well." Jianchen nodded slightly and praised, "Not bad, you're already a high-level Saint Master. With your talent, you'll probably be able to break through to Great Saint Master in a few months. As long as I have enough monster cores, I'll definitely be able to break through to Great Saint Master in 3 months." Mingdong's face was filled with confidence. As soon as he mentioned his talent, he felt a wave of pride. However, when he thought of Jianchen, the pride on his face immediately vanished without a trace. Although his talent for cultivation was exceptional, Mingdong also understood that he was still far inferior to Jianchen. Jianchen only seemed to be in his early 20s, yet he already possessed the strength of a great Saint Master. As for himself, he was already 27, a few years older than Jianchen, yet he had just reached the high-level Saint Master level. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Jianchen took out 10 Class 4 monster cores and gave them to Mingdong. He said, "Work hard to increase your strength. As for the monster cores, you don't have to worry about them. I'll take care of all your cultivation needs. However, you have to remember that increasing your strength has to be done step by step. You can't be in too much of a hurry, or else you'll leave behind any hidden dangers that might affect your future path. Ming Dong had already experienced Jianxin's generosity, so he didn't refuse. He directly accepted the monster cores from Jianxin and said, "Don't worry, I understand this principle as well. By the way, do you know about the mercenary gathering that is only held once every 50 years? Jianxin suddenly asked. Ming Dong nodded slightly and said, "I've been out for quite some time now. I've heard a bit about the mercenary conference. I heard that it's a huge competition between mercenaries, and the battles are very intense. It's best not to participate if you're not strong enough. Otherwise, it's hard to escape death." Yes, Jianxin agreed. I also heard that the death rate there is very high, but the rewards are very generous, making all the mercenaries go crazy. Hearing this, Ming Dong's heart skipped a beat. He stared closely at Jianxin and asked, "Don't tell me you want to participate in the mercenary conference." Jianxin didn't deny it and said, "That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. You better not go." Ming Dong became serious and said, "I don't know much about the mercenary conference, but I've heard from others that it's dangerous. If you're not an Earth Saint Master, it's best not to participate. Otherwise, you'll probably die." Jianxin chuckled and said in an unconcerned manner, "Don't worry. I may not be an Earth Saint Master, but I'm still capable of staying alive. A Heaven-tier battle skill is just too tempting. I have to give it a try." Ming Dong immediately became stern. He stared at Jianxin for a long time, and only after confirming that Jianxin wasn't joking did he sigh helplessly, "Looks like you've made up your mind to participate in the mercenary conference." "Yes, I have to participate. I plan to leave tomorrow morning. Come with me. The Huang village is far too quiet. You probably won't get used to it if you stay here for too long." "All right. I've been rather bored staying here these past few days. If it weren't for your return, I would have left long ago." The next morning, Jianxin and Ming Dong bade farewell to the people in the village. They left behind a large amount of food that they had brought in from outside before leaving without any hesitation. Everyone in the village was reluctant to part with Jianxin, but they knew that he wasn't suited to living here. It was only a matter of time before he left. Only the outside world was suitable for him, so they didn't try to persuade him to stay. They only hoped that Ming Dong could visit the village often when they had the time. After all, the village was located in the depths of the mountains, so it was basically cut off from the rest of the world. Very few outsiders set foot in this place. 2 days later, Jianxin and Ming Dong emerged from the mountains. They then walked for an entire day before arriving in a Grade 2 city. In the distance, the city gates were filled with large groups of mercenaries and merchants who were entering the city. There were a lot of soldiers at the city gate. There were more than 300 of them. Everyone who entered the city, whether it was a stout merchant or a tall mercenary, would be stopped and interrogated before they were allowed to enter. On the city wall, there were also groups of elite soldiers in full armor. They swept their sharp gazes downwards. "What's going on here? Why is it so troublesome to enter the city? I don't remember it being like this in the past. I think something big must have happened. I just came from Antelope City yesterday, and there are a lot of guards there. The entire city has been mobilized, and they're searching for someone all over the city. You don't know, but my cousin is the captain of a city guard in a nearby city. I heard from him that a spy from the kingdom of Jessen broke into our Blue Wind Kingdom and killed over 300 of our most elite Blue Wind guards. He stole a large batch of magic cores and escaped. Our king is furious, and the entire kingdom is searching for this spy." At the city gate, many people were discussing this matter with relish. And when Jianxin heard these words, he couldn't help but sneer. It was certain that the loss of this batch of magic cores was definitely an unbearable loss for the Blue Wind Kingdom. After waiting in line for a long time, the people in front of them entered the city one by one. Finally, it was Jianchen and Mingdong's turn. "Stop, what are you doing here?" A few soldiers immediately stopped Jianchen and Mingdong and asked. Jianchen smiled and said, "Brother, we're both mercenaries. Of course, we're here to stay and replenish some necessities." Then, Jianchen took out his mercenary badge. The soldier pretended to take Jianchen's mercenary badge and looked at it. Then, he looked at Jianchen and Mingdong's figures and said, "You don't look like spies. Go in." Jianchen and Mingdong entered the city without any obstructions. Then, Jianchen discovered that the city's streets and alleys were filled with portraits. The person in the portrait was very similar to Jianchen, but the strange thing was that the person's face was not depicted. How can we find the spy with just a portrait? We don't even know what the spy looks like, how can we find him? I don't know what the spy looks like. Even if he stood in front of me, I wouldn't be able to recognize him. Sigh, why didn't they put up a portrait of the spy? How can we find him with just a picture? There were many people surrounding the portrait, looking at it, and all of them were grumbling. Haha, does the king of the Blue Wind Kingdom really think that he can find someone just by looking at this portrait? This is simply a fool's dream. There are many people with this kind of body, they can be found all over the street. Don't tell me that you want to catch all the people with the same body type as the one in the portrait. Looking at the portrait without any facial features, Jianchen said with a smile. That's right. If we don't know what the culprit looks like, these portraits are just for show. Mingdong said in agreement. Jianchen and Mingdong left and made their way into the city. After asking around, they arrived at a market that specialized in magical beast mount. The magic beast mount market was relatively quiet. There were only 30 or so magic beasts of various kinds lying in a large straw shed. Although the magic beast mounts sold in the market were all very docile and had almost no offensive capabilities, they were very expensive. Very few people could afford them, so there were not many people in the market. Jianchen spent 500 purple gold to buy 2 rank 3 magic beast mounts that were good at running long distances. He then rested in the city for a night and left early the next morning. There was still half a year until the mercenary gathering. During this time, Jianchen and Mingdong had to travel non-stop because they were just too far away from Mercenary City. They had to pass through several kingdoms and travel several 100,000 kilometers. Jianchen and Mingdong traveled several thousand kilometers in a day on their magic beast mount. The dust they kicked up formed a long dragon behind them, causing many merchants and mercenaries on the road to curse them. However, seeing that the two of them were riding Class 3 magic beast mounts, they must be something special, so no one dared to offend them. 2 days later, Jianchen and Mingdong left the Blue Wind Kingdom and ran in a straight line across the plains. The two of them traveled as fast as they could during the day and set up tents to cultivate at night. After half a month like this, they had already passed through 3 kingdoms and traveled several tens of thousands of kilometers. On a plain, Jianchen and Jianchen stopped by the side of the road to rest. Jianchen held a map in his hand and looked at it, comparing it to their current location. Mingdong, look at the map. There's a first-rank city 50 kilometers ahead. Let's go in and rest first and see if there are any better magic beast mounts for sale. Jianchen stared at the map and said without raising his head. Mingdong opened the lid of his water bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. He said, "All right, you don't lack money anyway. It's time for us to get a better mount. Although this Class 3 magic beast mount isn't slow, it'll take us at least 2 or 3 months to reach Mercenary City at this speed." Soon after, Jianchen and Mingdong arrived on their Class 3 magic beast mounts and entered the first-rank city called Volwaz. As a first-rank city, Volwaz occupied a large area and was bustling with activity. The main road was very wide and could fit 10 carriages side by side at the same time. There were shops and restaurants selling all kinds of goods on both sides of the road. There was an endless stream of mercenaries and merchants coming and going on the street, making it a hubbub of people. The management of Wallerant City was very good. Both sides of the streets were very clean, and there was no trash left behind. The streets were filled with passers-by, unlike Wake City, where the streets were filled with stalls set up by mercenaries. Just from this point alone, one could see the difference between a first-class city and a third-class city. Chapter 273. The young master of the Tianqin clan stared at Jianchen with a serious expression and said, "Your sword is too fast. It is very difficult for me to dodge, so I can only use my strongest defense. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. Now I will use my full strength. Prepare yourself." Jianchen held the light wind sword in his hand and pointed it towards the ground. He calmly looked at the young master of the Tianqin clan and said, "Make your move." The young master of the Tianqin clan stared at Jianchen with a sharp gaze. He was slightly stern as he called out, "Sand and stone." A thick yellow light emitted from the young master of the Tianqin clan. In an instant it turned into a cloud of yellow dust that covered an area of 10 meters. Jianchen's line of sight was suddenly blocked. All he could see was the yellow dust. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see anything more than a foot away. Moreover, in this yellow dust, he felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. His entire body felt uncomfortable. It was as if this space could bind his body to a certain extent. Even if it couldn't actually make him unable to move, it still affected him to a certain extent. Could this be a battle skill? It really is a strange battle skill, Jianchen thought to himself. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and the light wind sword turned into a silver bolt of lightning and stabbed forward. Ding! Ding! Following a clear sound, a huge sword that was hidden in the yellow dust appeared and was sent flying by the light wind sword. The yellow dust shook slightly and Jianchen's light wind sword continued to stab forward. In the khaki space, the people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. They could only hear the endless sounds of weapons colliding. The entire khaki space was constantly trembling, giving people a feeling that it would break at any time. Outside, the guards of the Tianqin clan and over 1,000 onlookers all stared at the space enveloped by the yellow light. Just who was stronger between the most outstanding young master of the Tianqin clan and an outsider who was even younger than him? Some of the guards of the Tianqin clan also looked at the yellow space with worry. The young master of the Tianqin clan possessed extraordinary talent and was the pride of the Tianqin clan. As guards of the Tianqin clan, they really did not wish for the pride of their clan to be defeated by an outsider who was much younger than them. The Tianqin clan's second young miss also stared at the space where the two people were fighting. Even though she couldn't see the situation inside, she already knew that her elder brother's situation was extremely bad from the unceasingly trembling yellow space. "Guard Ma, it's all your fault for being so meddlesome. When we return, all of you will be punished." The second young miss of the Tianqin clan yelled at Guard Ma and the others. Although her voice was calm, it was filled with sternness. Hearing that, the faces of Protector Ma and the others paled slightly. Their expressions immediately became a bit panicked. The second miss of the Tianqin family was deeply doted on by the family master. She was the daughter that the family master doted on the most. If she went to the Tianqin family master and said a few bad words to them, they would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking up to there, they immediately became rather panicked. They quickly admitted their wrongs. "The second young miss is right. This is all our fault. When we return, we will personally go to the Hall of Punishments to receive our punishment." At this moment, the yellow dust that enveloped a radius of 10 meters violently trembled before rapidly fading away, revealing the situation inside. All that could be seen was Jianchen standing there with a sword in his right hand. The tip of the sword was pointed towards the ground. 5 meters away, the young master of the Tianqin clan was wearing a yellow armor. His 4-foot-long greatsword was stabbed into the ground. The two of them didn't look any different from before the battle. Their clothes were still intact. However, those with sharp eyes could see that the yellow armor on the young master of the Tianqin clan had already dimmed. The yellow light that was originally circulating around it had also disappeared without a trace. The young master of the Tianqin clan withdrew his greatsword and laughed loudly at Jianchen. "Not bad, your strength is indeed very strong. Among the younger generation, you are the only one that makes me feel like I can't defeat. I, Tianqin Shao, admit defeat." Jianchen withdrew his light wind sword and cupped his hands towards the young master of the Tianqin clan. He smiled and said, "Young master is too polite. In this battle, the two of us only tied. There is no need to talk about victory or defeat." From the young master of the Tianqin clan's words, Jianchen had already determined that he was a straightforward and upright person. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I, Qin Shao, am not the type of person who can't accept defeat. The young master of the Tianqin clan waved his hand and said without a care. He didn't care about reputation at all. With these words, Jianchen's opinion of the young master of the Tianqin clan changed quite a bit. His eyes held a trace of admiration. The young master of the Tianqin clan looked at Jianchen with a serious expression and cupped his hands. "I wonder how I should address this brother. Who is your master? For you to have such strength at such a young age, you must not be a nobody." Jianchen cupped his hands and replied, "Young master is too kind. This one is Jianchen. I come from the deep mountains and my master is a nameless hermit." The young master of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao, walked in front of Jianchen. His tall and sturdy figure was a stark contrast to Jianchen's delicate body. When the two of them stood together, their figures were completely disproportionate. Qin Shao patted Jianchen's shoulder and said, "Brother Jianchen, you should just call me Qin Shao. That way it sounds more comfortable. That's what my family calls me." After saying this, Qin Shao paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Brother Jianchen, you are the only person in the younger generation who can defeat me. I, Qin Shao, admire you very much. Now, I would like to invite you to our Tianqin clan as a guest. I wonder if Brother Jianchen would be willing to do me the honor." A sliver of surprise appeared in Jianchen's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. He never thought that Qin Shao would invite him to the Tianqin clan as a guest as soon as he arrived. He had just arrived in Walorant City and was unfamiliar with the Tianqin clan. Moreover, he seemed to have had some disagreements with them here. Although the young master of the Tianqin clan seemed to be straightforward and upright and would not do such a thing, if one of them held a grudge against him, then he would be like a lamb in a tiger's den. However, Qin Shao did not give Jianchen any room for choice. He extended his arm and wrapped it around Jianchen's shoulder in a friendly manner as they walked outside. As they walked, he said, "Let's go, Brother Jianchen. I knew we were fated to meet as soon as I saw you. Let's go back to the Tianqin clan and have a good chat." The second miss of the Tianqin clan stared with her beautiful eyes at Qin Shao, who was holding Jianchen's shoulder like a brother. A sliver of disbelief appeared in her eyes, but it was even more incredulous. After all these years, this was the first time she had seen her brother act so friendly with someone he had just met. When they saw how quickly the relationship between Jianchen and the young master of the Tianqin clan had changed, the guards who had conflicts with Jianchen before looked at each other and immediately became distressed. In particular, Guard Ma, who had tried to kill Ming Dong, had already become the color of a pig's liver. He was filled with regret for his rash actions from before. The Tianqin clan was an extremely large clan in Walorant City. They were the number one clan in the city, not just in name but also in reality. This was because the city lord of Walorant City was a member of the Tianqin clan, and he was the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Tianqin clan. As the number one clan in Walorant City, the headquarters of the Tianqin clan was not in the center of the city. Instead, it was in an elegant area near the edge of the city. A large villa had been built there, and the surroundings of the villa had been beautified artificially. It was surrounded by green trees and mountains, and the exotic flowers and herbs planted in the surroundings gave off a faint fragrance that drifted through the air. It had a refreshing effect. With a single breath, one's mind would be roused, and their mind would become clearer. Jianchen and Jianchen had both received an invitation from the young master of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao. The two of them had been forcefully dragged over by Qin Shao. Along the way, Qin Shao constantly explained a few things about the Tianqin clan to Jianchen. However, what he said was not confidential at all. Basically, every resident of Wallerant City knew about it. The Tianqin clan had a history of over 400 years. Ever since the clan had been established, they had been silently developing in Wallerant City. In the past 400 years, no one knew just how powerful the Tianqin clan had become. Even the young master of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao, only knew a little about it. Since the Tianqin clan had been established by two people, the clan was split into two branches. One was named Tian, while the other was named Qin. The two branches were completely equal and were both direct descendant. They each held power and supported each other, managing the Tianqin clan together. Jianchen constantly studied the Tianqin clan as he walked through the entrance. He secretly compared it to Changyang Prefecture. After some observation, Jianchen discovered that although the security of the Tianqin clan was tight, it was still quite a distance away from Changyang Prefecture. Just the hidden sentries alone were enough to show that the master of the Tianqin clan was on a completely different level from Changyang Prefecture. Qin Shao turned his head to look at the veiled second miss of the Qin clan. He said, "Second sister, you haven't returned for so long. You should go see father. Father has been thinking about you all this time while you were gone." The second miss of the Qin clan was dressed in snow-white clothes. She quietly followed behind Qin Shao. Her quick-witted eyes flickered with light as she glanced at Jianchen's back from time to time. She revealed a thoughtful and curious expression. "I understand. Brother, you go entertain the guest. I'll go see father first." The second miss of the Qin clan walked to the other side with two female attendants behind her, separating from Jianchen and the others. Within a courtyard of the Tianqin clan, this was Qin Zhao's residence. Jianchen and Ming Dong had gathered together with Qin Shao. The table was filled with fine wine and delicacies. The fragrance of all sorts of exotic delicacies wafted over, greatly increasing one's appetite. A female attendant poured wine for them to the side. Chapter 274. Jianchen bitterly smiled. He had never thought that the matter between him and the young master of the Tianqin clan would develop to such a state. However, the young master's boldness made Jianchen view him in a new light. After exchanging some pleasantries, Jianchen also raised his cup and clinked it with Qin Yao's before downing the contents in a single gulp. "Brother Jianchen, you're so powerful. If you have time in the future, you have to spar with me more often. The captains of the guards in the clan are no longer my opponent, so I can't find anyone to spar with. I can't fight with those Earth Saint Master Seniors, right?" "That's just asking for trouble," Qin Shao said as he drank. Of course. As long as I'm still here, I can spar with Brother Qin Shao at any time." Jianchen faintly smiled. Qin Shao really was a battle maniac, but it was exactly because of this that he had such a straightforward personality. He was much more pleasing to the eye compared to those hypocrites who acted one way but acted another way. "Brother Jianchen, I don't think the two of you are locals. May I ask where you've come from?" Qin Shao asked curiously. Jianchen hesitated slightly with that question before replying. "To be honest, the two of us come from a distant kingdom. In order to participate in the mercenary gathering in Mercenary City, we've traveled thousands of kilometers and passed through several kingdoms before arriving here today. We originally planned on resting in Wallerant City and replenishing our supplies before continuing on our way. We never thought that something like this would happen as soon as we entered the city." Qin Shao immediately became overjoyed with that. He slapped the table and laughed aloud. What a coincidence! I never thought that Brother Jianchen would also be participating in the mercenary gathering. Haha, we just happen to be going the same way. What? Brother Qin Shao is also participating in the mercenary gathering? Jianchen was surprised. Of course. The rewards of the mercenary gathering are just too plentiful. There's no organization on the continent that wouldn't be tempted, and our Tianqin clan is no exception. We'll be sending a few direct members to the mercenary gathering this time, and I'll be one of them, Qin Shao happily said. Brother Jianchen, you and I feel like old friends at first sight. Why don't you stay in my Tianqin clan for the time being and come with us to Mercenary City in 2 months? Hearing this, Jianchen frowned slightly and said, Qin Shao, there's less than half a year until the mercenary conference, and there's still a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between here and Mercenary City. Just traveling would take several months. If we leave in 2 months, I'm afraid we won't make it to Mercenary City in time. Qin Shao laughed heartily. It seems that Brother Jianchen hasn't heard of spatial gates. Spatial gates. Jianchen was stunned. Afterward, a memory that he had buried deep within his head surfaced. He immediately became rather overjoyed. Qin Shao, does your Tianqin clan still have spatial gates? Jianchen had seen records of spatial gates in the collection of the Changyang Prefecture and the library of Kargath Academy. It was said that spatial gates were wondrous portals that were completely constructed from space. They were extremely rare on the continent because they were world gates that could only be created by supreme experts like the Holy Emperor. The outside world only knew of spatial gates in the 7 great capital cities. It was said that spatial gates could traverse millions of kilometers with a single step, reaching the other end of the continent. It was extremely wondrous and profound, the only miraculous portal that could be used for long-distance teleportation on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen's words made Qin Shao bitterly smile. Brother Jianchen, you're overestimating my Tianqin clan too much. How can we control something like that? Let alone our Tianqin clan, even our Zhuya kingdom doesn't have a spatial gate. However, one of our allies does. Our Tianqin clan plans on using that spatial gate to get to Mercenary City. Oh, I see. Jianchen came to a realization before becoming overjoyed. With a spatial gate, he would not need to expend so much effort to get to Mercenary City. Jianchen could not help but secretly rejoice that he had come to Wallerant City. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to use a spatial gate to get there. Although the Tianyuan continent only recorded 7 supercities with space gates, that was only on the surface. No one knew just how many space gates were hidden in the dark. Within the Tianqin clan, in a simple and unadorned study. What? You're saying that Shao has casually brought someone into the clan? What a mess. What a mess. My Tianqin clan is not a place where just anyone can enter. A middle-aged man in luxurious gray robes immediately stood up from his chair. His face was filled with anger. The middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He naturally radiated with the presence of a superior person. His actions were filled with magnanimity, and his shrewd eyes shone brightly from time to time. Before the middle-aged man stood a woman in a white dress with a veil covering her face. She was the second young lady of the Tianqin clan. Father, Big Brother is rather straightforward, but the person he's brought this time seems to be quite extraordinary. He's so young, yet he's so powerful. Even Big Brother isn't his opponent. However, what has surprised me is that Big Brother accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Moreover, he admires him a lot. This is the first time I've seen Big Brother admire someone to such an extent. The second young lady's voice was as lively as a lark's. It was soft and gentle, causing people to feel emotional when they heard it. Oh, since that's the case, it looks like I need to go see this kid. I want to see just what kind of person he is for Shao to admire him so much, the middle-aged man murmured to himself. Most of the anger on his face had already dissipated. In Qin Zhao's residence, Jianchen and Ming Dong were currently drinking and eating with Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was a straightforward person with a straightforward personality. After chatting for a while, their friendship had unknowingly deepened. Xiao it's usually quiet here. Why is it so noisy today? Just as the three of them were enjoying themselves, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Along with the voice, a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious gray robe walked in from the outside with a majestic gait. "Father, why have you come?" Qin Zhao immediately stood up from his chair and asked when he saw who it was. The middle-aged man glanced at Jianchen and Ming Dong before chuckling. "It's been a long time since I've come. I've specially come to see you." With that, the middle-aged man looked at Jianchen and Ming Dong. "Xiao you've brought your friends over. Why don't you introduce them to me?" "Father, let me introduce them to you. These two are friends I've just made. They're Jianchen and Jianchen." Qin Zhao pointed at the two of them and smiled. Jianchen and Ming Dong immediately stood up and clasped their hands at the middle-aged man. "I am Jianchen. Greetings to the patriarch of the Tianqin clan." Ming Dong greets the patriarch of the Tianqin clan. The middle-aged man roughly glanced at Ming Dong before fixing his gaze on Jianchen. After studying him closely, an undetectable sliver of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He then nodded with a smile. "Not bad. You really are a talent. May I ask where you're from?" Before Jianchen could reply, Qin Zhao spoke first. "Father, brother Jianchen is not from our Zhuya kingdom. He comes from a distant kingdom. He's only come from so far away to participate in the mercenary gathering and happened to pass by our Wallerant city." "Oh, so that's how it is. Brother Jianchen comes from so far away. Since you've gotten to know my son, it looks like you two are fated to meet. Qin Zhao, father still has matters to attend to, so you should spend more time with your friend." The middle-aged man was extremely easygoing, like a kind father. He did not put on the airs of a patriarch at all. Soon after, the middle-aged man left, leaving only Jianchen and the other two in the room. Afterwards, the two of them accepted Qin Zhao's invitation to stay in the Tianqin clan temporarily due to the matter of the space gate. This was because they could reach Mercenary City very quickly with the help of the space gate. They would no longer have to travel such a long distance like before. In the evening, Jianchen and Ming Dong were arranged to stay in a side courtyard of the Tianqin clan. This place was relatively remote, and even the Tianqin clan's patrol guards rarely set foot in this area. Late at night, Jianchen held two monster cores in his hands as he sat cross-legged on his bed cultivating. In order to obtain a good result in the mercenary gathering, Jianchen needed to quickly increase his strength. His goal was to enter the top 3 and obtain a heaven-tier battle skill. Suddenly, Jianchen's ears twitched, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 rays of light flashed through the night, and the silver light wind sword appeared in his hand. Jianchen flew up, and the light wind sword turned into a black ray of light as it pierced towards the ceiling. Crash! With a loud sound, the tiles on the roof broke, and a black shadow fell from the roof. With a whistling sound, a hard object collided with Jianchen's light wind sword. The strong force caused Jianchen's arm to go numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt a sharp pain as his skin split open. Jianchen was overwhelmed with shock. The strength of this person was just too great. In just a single exchange of blows, he was already unable to withstand it. This person was at least a 3rd cycle Earth Saint Master. Jianchen somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Staring at the black shadow, he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The black shadow did not say anything. Instead, it held a black iron staff in its hand and once again swung it towards Jianchen. Jianchen coldly snorted, and the light wind sword in his hand suddenly emitted a faint purple and green light. In the next moment, the light wind sword left behind a silvery white sword chi in the darkness, and like lightning, it pierced towards the incoming black iron staff. Ding! The two weapons collided, and Jianchen staggered back a few steps. The strength of this mysterious person was extremely strong. He was at least a 3rd cycle Earth Saint Master, or even a 4th or 5th cycle Earth Saint Master. He was not someone that Jianchen could fight against. Even so, the light wind sword's purple and green sword Qi still managed to cut a hole in the mysterious man's black iron rod. The mysterious person's body suddenly trembled, and a hoarse voice came out from his mouth. "No, this is impossible." The mysterious person's voice was filled with shock. Afterwards, the black shadow flashed and disappeared from the roof. It came quickly, but it also left quickly. Chapter 275. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the door was kicked open. Ming Dong rushed in with a huge sword in hand. He asked rather sternly, "Jianchen, what happened here?" As he spoke, Ming Dong quickly scanned the surroundings. When he discovered the large hole in the roof, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He quickly fixed his gaze on Jianchen and asked with some concern, "Jianchen, are you all right?" Jianchen shook his head slightly. "I'm fine. This is the Tianqin clan, and we've only just arrived in Walorant City. We haven't made any enemies, so why would someone launch a sneak attack on you?" Ming Dong asked in confusion. Jianchen chuckled. "It's not an enemy. It's just someone they sent to test me." "Test you?" Ming Dong was shocked. "You're saying that the person who launched a sneak attack on you for no reason is—" Jianchen cut off Ming Dong's words with a wave of his hand. "Let's just keep these things to ourselves. There's no need to say them out loud." Ming Dong came to a realization and murmured, "No wonder the disturbance here didn't attract the attention of the patrolling guards. So that's what happened. Alright, Jianchen, it's getting late. You should go back to your room." As he said that, Jianchen cleaned up the scattered tiles on the floor before sitting down on his bed with his legs crossed. "Alright then. I'll go back first." Ming Dong did not stay for long. After confirming that Jianchen was fine, he left. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Qin Shao arrived at Jianchen's room early in the morning. When he saw the door that Ming Dong had kicked in, he was slightly stunned. He immediately called out from outside, "Brother Jianchen, are you in there?" "Come in, Qin Shao." Jianchen's calm voice rang out from inside the room. Qin Shao immediately entered the room, but as soon as he entered, he discovered the large hole in the roof as well as some broken tiles on the floor. This made Qin Shao's face change slightly. He quickly scanned the surroundings and asked in a hurry, "Brother Jianchen, what happened last night? Why is the room so messy and there are signs of a fight?" Jianchen smiled without minding at all. "It's nothing. I was just attacked by a mysterious person in black. There's no need to worry about it, Brother Qin Shao." "What? Someone attacked you last night?" Qin Zhao's face immediately changed, and he became furious. He said furiously, "How could this happen? Someone actually snuck into my Tianqin clan to commit murder. Looks like it's time to change the guards. What's the point of keeping them around? Brother Jianchen, I'll report this to Father right now. Don't worry, no matter who attacked you, my Tianqin clan will not let this murderer go. No one in Walorant City dares to challenge the dignity of my Tianqin clan." Qin Shao was infuriated. He left in a hurry, and Jianchen could not stop him even if he wanted to. "It looks like Qin Shao doesn't know about what happened last night," Jianchen muttered to himself as he watched Qin Zhao's figure gradually disappear from sight. Very soon, a group of people arrived at Jianchen's residence. The person leading them was Qin Shao, and beside him was the current patriarch of the Tianqin clan. There were a few middle-aged men dressed as guards behind them. Jianchen quickly walked out of the room and clasped his hands at the group of people. "Greetings to the patriarch of the Tianqin clan." The patriarch chuckled. "There's no need to be so courteous, Brother Jianchen. I heard you were attacked last night. Is that true?" "It is true," Jianchen replied. The patriarch's face gradually became rather stern. He glanced at the door behind Jianchen that had been destroyed by Ming Dong. Afterwards, He walked into the room and examined it carefully. His face became uglier and uglier. He said furiously, "How dare you? There's actually someone who dares to behave so atrociously in my Tianqin clan." Afterwards, he glared at the guards who had come in with him and called out, "What kind of captain are you? You show no fear even though an enemy has snuck into my Tianqin clan. You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. What's the point of keeping you around?" The middle-aged men panicked when they heard that. They immediately knelt down and said, "Please calm down, Patriarch. Please calm down. We will definitely do everything we can to find the culprit. Please give us a chance to atone for our crimes." "Whatever. Seeing as you've stayed in my Tianqin clan for so many years and have worked hard even if you haven't done anything, I'll forgive you for now. Once you return, immediately do everything you can to find the culprit who snuck into my Tianqin clan," the Patriarch said sternly with a sunken face. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Patriarch. We will definitely do everything we can to find the culprit." The captains all kowtowed in gratitude as if they had been pardoned. The Patriarch turned his head to look at Jianchen. His dignified expression immediately vanished. He smiled. "Brother Jianchen, I'm truly sorry that you've been attacked by an assassin in my Tianqin clan. However, don't worry. Our Tianqin clan will definitely do everything we can to find the culprit and give Brother Jianchen a satisfactory explanation." The captains to the side looked at each other and saw a sliver of confusion in each other's eyes. They had heard a little about Jianchen's origins. He was only a friend that the young master had just befriended, yet the Patriarch of the Tianqin clan, as the Patriarch of the clan, was treating a young man who had just joined the clan and whose identity was still unclear a little too well. "Does this young man have a powerful background that we don't know about?" The captains all thought at the same time. Even though they were filled with questions, they did not have the right to ask about it with their status. Jianchen felt rather flattered by the Patriarch's attitude. He immediately clasped his hands. "You're too kind, Patriarch. Last night was only a small matter, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Perhaps it was an enemy of mine that came to assassinate me." Afterwards, the Patriarch left after saying a few words of courtesy. Before he left, he sternly ordered the captains to increase their patrols. They could not allow this to happen again. Qin Shao arrived before Jianchen. His burly body, which was 2 heads taller than Jianchen, formed a stark contrast with Jianchen's slender figure. It was extremely easy to attract attention. Patting Jianchen's shoulder, Qin Shao said, "Jianchen, I've frightened you last night. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself." Jianchen chuckled. After exchanging some pleasantries, he was brought by Qin Shao to stroll around Walorant City. Walorant City was extremely large, and the city was bustling with activity. Jianchen and Mingdong were brought by the young master of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao, to stroll around the city. After a day, the two of them had already passed through several bustling streets. At this moment, they arrived in front of a large building. On top of it was a signboard with the words, "House of Treasures," written in flamboyant calligraphy. "Jianchen, this is the largest house of treasures in our Walorant city. You can find many rare treasures in here. Let's go in and take a look," Qin Shao said as he brought Jianchen and the others into the House of Treasures. Inside the House of Treasures, there were quite a few wealthy people in luxurious robes looking around. There were also a few burly mercenaries wandering around, focusing their attention on some of the items on display. "Jianchen, this place specializes in rare and strange things. It's extremely messy and there are many things that even I don't recognize. However, you can find some tools from ancient times. Although they're useless, they're still quite good for collecting. That's why many powerful people like to visit this place. However, there really are people who can find 1 or 2 unknown treasures here." Qin Zhao's gaze wandered around as he explained to Jianchen while looking at the items on display. Suddenly, the sword spirits in Jianchen's dantian trembled slightly. Afterwards, a message was sent into Jianqin's mind. Through the message, Jianqin actually felt the sword spirit's excitement once again. Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. Looking up, he said to Qin Shao without any change in expression, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm going to stroll around." "Alright, go ahead. I'll call you when we leave," Qin Shao said. Afterward, Jianqin and Jianqin directly made their way to the second floor. As soon as they set foot on the second floor, Jianqin paused slightly before continuing up the stairs. Jianqin reached the fourth floor and was stopped by two burly men at the top of the stairs. One of them glared at Jianqin and said in a rather polite tone, "I'm very sorry. Young master, you must possess a violet card to enter this place." Although the violet card was a special card for storing money, it had already become a symbol of wealth and status on the Tianyuan continent. Very clearly, the fourth floor of the House of Treasures required a certain amount of status to enter. Jianqin flipped his hand and a shining violet card suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at the two men and said, "Can I enter now?" "Of course. Please enter, young master." The two men immediately gestured for him to enter. Jianqin directly walked in, but just when he was about to enter, he was stopped by the two men again. "Young master, please show us your violet card as well. If you don't show us your violet card, we won't allow you to enter the fourth floor according to our rules." Jianqin bitterly smiled when he heard that. He said to Jianqin, "Jianqin, go on in. I'll wait for you downstairs." "Wait." Jianqin stopped Mingdong. With a flip of his hand, another violet card appeared in his hand. Under Mingdong's surprised gaze, he shoved his card into his hand before looking at the two men. He said rather coldly, "He can enter now, right?" The two men looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they agreed in the end. Although they saw that the purple gold card in Mingdong's hand didn't belong to them, the rules here stated that as long as one had a purple gold card, they would be qualified to enter. There was no requirement for the purple gold card to belong to them. Therefore, Mingdong's example could be considered as meeting the requirement. Chapter 276. There were many strange items on the fourth floor of the Precious Treasures Pavilion. There was a large stone slab that floated a meter in the air, emitting a weak green light. It was able to float in the air without the help of anything, so it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. On top of a fiery red stone platform, there was a pile of iron sand the size of an adult's fist. The iron sand was pitch black and emitted a black flame that burned slowly. It did not use any fuel and would emit flames as soon as it came into contact with air. As long as there was air, the flame would never be extinguished. There were also many strange crystals that emitted a precious light and a few ceramic items that were obviously very old. Although there were not as many people on the fourth floor as there were on the first floor, there were still 20 or so people in luxurious clothes strolling around. They looked around and picked out items that interested them. Jianqin followed the sword spirit's senses and passed through the various booths before finally stopping at the center. There were many glowing stones on the booths in front of him. The small ones were the size of a thumb, while the large ones were the size of an adult's fist. They emitted a weak light like luminous pearls. However, they were not luminous pearls, but rather strange stones. Many of them even gave off a weak pulse of energy. Jianqin's gaze landed on a thumb-sized gemstone in the end. The gemstone was completely round and shone with a faint, multicolored light. It was covered in a layer of strange inscriptions, which was extremely eye-catching. Jianqin knew that this multicolored gem was the reason why the sword spirits were so excited. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Jianqin called over the manager of the fourth floor of the Precious Treasures Pavilion and inquired about the price of the gem. The manager of the fourth floor was an old man with white hair. Although he was old, his eyes were very bright, like two resplendent stars. The manager quickly looked over Jianqin and said with a professional smile, "Young master, you really have good eyes. You can actually tell that this gem is not ordinary. This type of gem is known as the five-colored stone. Although the gem you're looking at is very small, its price is much higher than other gems of the same type. It's priced at 15,000 purple coins. Jianchen gasped and almost couldn't help but cry out. This price was just too expensive. It was ridiculously expensive. Seeing Jianchen's expression, the old man knew that Jianchen was also shocked by the price. He chuckled and explained, "Young master, don't look down on this 5-colored stone. This 5-colored stone is very extraordinary. Although I don't know what kind of gem it is or what use it has, it's definitely worth the price." Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He stared at the thumb-sized rock and studied it carefully. He asked, "Sir, tell me what's so special about this rock. Then let me introduce it to young master." The old man cleared his throat and said, "Let's not talk about the auspicious light emitted by this multicolored stone. Just this stone itself is very charming. It looks like it's only the size of a finger, but it's very hard. No tool can leave even the slightest mark on it. Moreover, this multicolored stone's weight changes according to the weather. It's really a divine stone." Jianchen's interest was piqued. He asked with some doubt, "It changes according to the weather? Mister, can you explain it in more detail?" The manager of the 4th floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion chuckled and said, "Young master, although this multicolored stone has only been transported to Wallerant for a few days, it has been displayed in many branches of the Precious Treasure Pavilion before, so we've already figured out some of its charm. When the weather is clear, this 5-colored stone will emit a faint 5-colored light, just like how it is now. When the weather becomes bad and it rains heavily, this 5-colored stone will emit a dazzling light that can light up the entire Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, you must be careful not to let the 5-colored stone touch even the slightest bit of water. Otherwise, it will instantly become as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. People who aren't strong enough won't be able to pick it up at all." "Oh, is it really that magical?" Jianchen's face was full of disbelief as he questioned. At this moment, the other people on the 4th floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion heard the introduction of the 5-colored stone. They were all attracted and gathered around. "It's absolutely true. There's nothing false about it." The old man nodded affirmatively and continued, "Because in the past, this 5-colored stone suddenly became as heavy as 10,000 kilograms when it came into contact with water. When it fell to the ground, it immediately sank to a depth of 1,000 meters. In the end, our Precious Treasure Pavilion hired a peerless expert to suck it out of the ground with great difficulty." "Is this for real?" "It actually sunk hundreds of meters deep into the ground. It's most likely a lie." "I don't believe it. What kind of person has enough power to suck out a small stone that sank to a depth of a few hundred meters?" Before Jianchen could speak, the surrounding people all had looks of disbelief on their faces. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. With our Precious Treasure Pavilion's reputation, we wouldn't stoop to making up such a lie." Everyone's doubts made the manager of the 4th floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion very unhappy. "I didn't think this stone would be so magical. I'm interested in it too. Old mister, I'll buy this 5-colored stone." Jianchen smiled and said. Jianchen's action startled Jianchen. Ming Dong tugged at Jianchen's clothes and said anxiously, "Jianchen, are you crazy? No matter how magical this stone is, it's not worth spending so much money on it." Jianchen smiled and said to Ming Dong, "I have my reasons for buying it. But the stone is wondrous, but it costs 15,000 purple coins. Isn't that too expensive?" Ming Dong felt that it was not worth it. "Young master, may I ask if you really want to spend 15,000 purple coins to buy this multicolored stone?" The manager of the 4th floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion stared at Jianchen in shock. This 5-colored stone was indeed very miraculous. Many people had once paid close attention to it, but the ridiculously expensive price had stopped all of them. As a result, this strange 5-colored stone had only arrived at the Precious Treasure Pavilion branch in Wallerant City after a few transfers. Jianchen directly took out a purple card and said, "Mister, I'll buy this 5-colored stone." Seeing the purple card in Jianchen's hand, the manager finally believed that Jianchen wasn't joking. He immediately took the card from Jianchen's hand with a smile and said, "Mister, you are truly bold. This 5-colored stone has floated through many branches of our precious treasure pavilion for several decades. Today, it has finally found an owner." Afterwards, the manager immediately sent someone to invite someone from a bank over. After swiping 15,000 purple coins from the purple card, the 5-colored stone officially belonged to Jianchen. Jianchen picked up the 5-colored stone that was only the size of a thumb and examined it carefully. The stone only seemed to weigh a few hundred grams in his hand. It was hard to imagine that such a small stone would instantly become as heavy as 10,000 kilograms once it touched water. The world is so vast. There really is nothing that is too strange. Jianchen could only sigh inside. Suddenly, the sword spirits in Jianchen's dantian trembled. At the same time, the 5-colored stone in Jianchen's hand seemed to change because of the sword spirits. A dense, 5-colored light radiated from the finger-sized stone, illuminating the entire 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion. The light filled the sky as if it was an auspicious sign. Enveloped by the light, everyone felt that their minds had become incomparably clear at this moment. It was as if at this moment, their mental strength had become a bit stronger than before. Heavens, what's going on? This is an auspicious light. This stone must be an impressive treasure. This wondrous stone is not simple. Probably has a great background. Sigh, I should have bought it earlier. I really was blind. I actually missed such a treasure. The people on the 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion immediately burst into an uproar. Various discussions intertwined, causing the originally quiet space to be covered by a clamor. Everyone was excitedly discussing and secretly regretting that they didn't have Jianchen's insight. They actually missed such a treasure. There were even quite a few people who looked at the glowing stone in Jianchen's hand with greed. This, what's going on? The manager of the 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion was also stunned by the scene before him. Their pavilion had kept this stone for several decades. During that time, countless people had studied it, but they had never seen a situation like this. This was the first time it had happened. Even when there was a downpour, the light from the 5-colored stone was not as intense. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this light was not normal. Could it be that this stone is really fated with this young master? All these years, many people wanted this stone, but they all gave up because of its high price. Only this young master didn't even frown and bought it. The manager of the 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion mumbled to himself. Right now, this was the only explanation that made sense. Jianchen was also shocked by the light emitted by the 5-colored stone. When he reacted, he immediately put the stone back into his interspatial ring. Following the disappearance of the 5-colored stone, the light that lit up the entire 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion also disappeared. Even though the light disappeared, some people on the 4th floor of the precious treasure pavilion had yet to recover from their shock. When the light shone on me, I felt so comfortable. My mind was especially clear. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe was the first to recover from his shock. He mumbled to himself, "That's right. I also feel that my mind is much clearer than before. Oh my God, this can't be real. My mental energy is actually stronger than before." After that, the rest of the people also recovered from their shock. When they discovered the changes in their bodies, they couldn't hide the shock and joy on their faces. They couldn't help but cry out uncontrollably. This is bad. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jianchen immediately had a bad feeling. He immediately pulled Ming Dong downstairs, not wanting to stay here for a moment longer.